We are live here tonight, hanging out on American Zombie. Who really built America? Like, say what's up to everybody. I got the link pinned in the chat if anybody wants to hop on, because I know most people are very opinionated about this subject. So I figured we talk about it. Now, I hear people saying that one type of people or another type of people built America, but in reality, when we think about it, America, in the most part, was built by a few different types of people. And this is why I put on the thumbnail, I put where is it? I thought I upload. All right, here it is. Yeah, on the thumbnail, you see Native Americans. Native Americans built a lot of the bridges because they had no fear. If they fell, you wouldn't even hear them scream, as far as reports say. Black and white Americans built the infrastructure, plantations. They built that. A lot of people try to say it was only one type. No, Chinese laborers built the railroads. The bones of the Chinese laborers are all underneath the railroads. Calix, good to see you, man. Always a pleasure, bro. Yeah, man. This is a subject where it's like there is a lot. I mean, when I look at coal miners, Chinese laborers that built the railroads, Black Americans, plantations, infrastructure, coal miners. People don't know the brutal reality of coal miners in America, man. And of course, the Native Americans, the tribes, Nez Perce, the Nesconset, the Alabama, the Mississippi. These are amazing peoples, man. All of us together. Everybody built this country. And if you look up the history, there was a lot of child laborers, man. Child labor was around even before the Industrial Revolution of the early 1800s. Factories, mills, mines, seeking cheap labor. So by 1900, about 1 in 5 US children worked, dangerous work. Tasked in textile mills, coal mines, man, glass factories. I don't know if anybody ever heard the story of Susanna Turner, man. She was a young blonde girl whose family sold her to pay the debt from their sharecropper farm. And they sold her to a cotton factory, I think when she was 8, and they worked her to death until she ended when she was, I think, 14, buried her in an unmarked grave that her mother couldn't find. It's a really sad story, man. Those are the people. Child labor built a lot of America. Anybody can look it up. America had widespread child labor. England too. There was a thing where they used 3 to 4 year old children to clean chimneys. They would put thick clothing on them and have them go up and down chimneys until eventually they ended by respiratory problems. It's really, really brutal when you look at some of the history of the world. The end of industrial child labor, they say, Fair Labor Standards Act in 1938, established a national minimum wage, limited hours, and banned children under 16 from manufacturing and mining. So even though that continues probably today, I remember there was a book called The Mine Stealers by Dr. Samuel Chauvin, and he was talking about kids between 6 and 11. He was stating in the book, still pick potatoes on farms. How do you think McDonald's and stuff gets their potatoes? From the book's account, of course, staying with guidelines. America was built by many different people, but the sad reality is that a lot of it came from child labor. A lot of it came from exploitation. Tartaria, it seems that it was built on top of that, uncovered. You have a very good point with that. 1800s, stories of the orphans. Probably the Cabbage Patch. If you want to hop on and talk about it, Rip Van Winkle, links pinned to the chat. You are not that guy. What's up, bro? Yeah, we got the link up here just for anybody that's got knowledge that wants to add it in to the conversation, man. Because this is a conversation where we can all grow and learn instead of saying, "Oh, it was built by these people only." And that's another thing. I'm glad you brought that up, Rip, because the Tartarian thing, I think San Francisco, like they basically just uncovered that city, and it already had brick streets and stuff like that. I'm not sure, but some of the really good stuff I encountered was there's a channel I think called Conspiracies Are Us, and another one, The Mind Unveiled. That's another one that's got some stuff in it. I brought on the guest, Guy Peterson. He talks about Tartaria. I mean, there are other accounts. Some people call it Atlantis. Atlantis might be a different ancient civilization, but ancient civilizations definitely exist in legend and myth and artifacts as well, and monuments. I mean, when people like Flint Dibble and these other archaeologists, so-called, I mean, I don't know what to call them. They're not really archaeologists. These guys are like gatekeepers. Zawi Hawass, who was on Joe Rogan, he showed who he was. And when people show you who they are, believe them. Believe them. Don't let them try to lie their way out of it. When they show you who they are, you believe them. You believe a person's actions over their words. Rip says, I'm not super versed on Tartaria, but yeah, the mud flood was a part of that. I've been interested in. Yeah, it's a pretty deep theory. I've looked into it a little bit. I would say more than just the mud flood, like the Missoula floods. I think Randall Carlson does some really good work on that. And he has like some maps and stuff. Hopefully he'll do more stuff on that. But he shows where there is evidence of massive floods that happened with seemingly the melting of ice, possibly during the Younger Dryas, which Graham Hancock and those guys try to say was 12 to 14,000 years ago or something. I think there's a lot more than that. Evidence of something striking the ice cap above America, which would possibly be in Canada. The ice that projected upwards from that, whatever hit it, whether it be a meteorite or whatever, when it landed back down, they said it landed as far south as the Carolinas, and they have these big teardrop shaped lakes they call the Carolina Bays. So the Carolina Bays are like archaeological evidence, basically. I think Antonio Zamora, he's got a channel and he specializes in that, the Carolina Bays, which, if something is flying downward, say like a big chunk of ice, and it's flying downward at an angle, usually when it hits, if it's large enough, it could leave a teardrop-like impression on the ground, which, being that it's of ice, it would probably form, some of the water would be in there, the ice would melt, and it would form like a lake, a teardrop shaped lake, which can be tracked back to try to figure out the point of impact and how far these projectiles were thrown. So Antonio, I think Zamora, he does a very good job at documenting that on YouTube. This channel's only got a couple of thousand subscribers. Definitely needs more because this is important work that he's doing, and he specializes in that. There's so many theories that we need to look into to see, all right, who and what, and how did everything come to be? This is important stuff to say. How did America really get built? when we look at the whole George Washington story and Thomas Jefferson, that's just a very small part of it, I think. They have rumors that they were, what, 8 or 9 presidents before George Washington. Some people talk about that. And then what about before that? What about the towns, the New England towns and stuff like that? So the New England towns in New England on the East Coast of America, didn't that play some part in the construction, which basically weren't Americans? So building of the country goes back further. And like Rip and other people bring in with Tartaria, or basically an ancient civilization that was here. Now, Michael Cremo did some really good work on that. In Forbidden Archaeology, they documented every Western archaeological find. And every archaeological find, it took them 8 years to document all these finds. And they even went, they put stuff that was from Germany, so they had to translate stuff. And they had stuff like saying that coal miners and stuff like that would be digging and run into like a brick wall many feet under the surface. Now, I think some people call that remnants of Tartaria, the Tartars, which I think was originally some part of Russia. So they're saying that it might have expanded. That's why I think that maybe it's not just Tartaria. Maybe it's something more than just that. Yeah. But yeah, man, if you have anything to add in, got Scribe here hanging with me. Yeah, this is a topic that really needs to be explored and looked into, to say, okay, who really built America? Because we have, some people will say it was slave labor. Some people, it would say it was Christians. But when we look at New Hampshire and a lot of these other towns that were here before the Declaration of Independence, and again, there's another theory that says Americans never won the Revolutionary War. You think about it. If the British defeated the Americans during the Revolutionary War, it would be smarter not to say they won. Because if Americans think they won, then they think they're free, but they're still under British rule, which we're just another British colony. A lot of Americas are in such a state of fantasy island, it's ridiculous. Canada, yeah, blatant, Victorian control over there. It's like, it's brutal. Australia.
Here's here's an interesting fact. Here's this guy. I put the slide on. Let me see if it shows up. Adam Weishaupt. Let me see. There it is. The Mysterious Story of Adam Weishaupt, the German philosopher who founded the Illuminati in 1776. And of course, you kind of look at him, you see kind of a similarity to this guy here, saying Adam Weishaupt was, because he was a Freemason. It does say in his headstone, Freemason and first American president. And the Bavarian Illuminati, Adam Weishaupt, was formed, 2 months in 1776 before the United States was formed as an actual. So the timing lines up perfectly.
Wow, that's deep. That is deep. There's so much that we can learn from exploration, digging through history, especially with the internet. There's so much stuff, man. It just, this is real. This is real. And I think his name is Claude Jackson or Claude Johnson or something. He talks about the 8 or 9 presidents before Washington. And then, when you look at that, that's in what, the mid 1700s, early 1700s. There's many towns in America that was on the East Coast that were started in the 1600s, established in like the early 1600s, 1639 and stuff like that. Anybody can look it up. English towns, Salem, right? Salem and stuff like that. So we have those. And again, they forget that, I think it was Leif von Erikson. They say they documented him, around 800. So you're looking at you're looking at about 700 years before Columbus. 1492, so say 1500, right? 8 years before 1500. And Lee Von Erickson in the year 800. 800. That's like, it's just amazing. And you wonder with this, the stuff that they have found and covered up, which appear to be like these brick walls, 20, 30, I think even as much as 100 feet deep from coal mines that they have found. They have found pieces of like gold chains, they said, within embedded in coal. That was some of the finds Michael Cremo talked about that they don't like to document in orthodox archaeology. But he and Richard Thompson documented all of this stuff in forbidden archaeology.
I think, yeah, and I think the answer is in the wig. The wig thing, I think, really lets us know, okay, where did the origins come from? And then slowly that turned into suits and ties, you know. So it's under the same rule, under the same, you know,
Yeah.
same with science. You have Newton with the wig on, the apple fall, you know,
Yep.
all these things. So all the same guys, you know, coming
Yep.
over and doing this.
Yeah, the wig, the stockings, the buckles, the powdered face, the makeup and the wigs. It really makes you wonder. Makeup, wigs, stockings, buckled shoes. Yeah, something is going on here. Something very, very odd. And yeah, yeah, I think the 1776 thing is uh is just is just part of the story, because you're looking at easily 200 years before that. I think when I went to Dominican Republic, they have the oldest Western settlement in the Americas. I think it's from the 1500s, so it's from like the Columbus era. Um, it was like a courtyard. I should have took pictures and stuff, but yeah, they are. The island, I think, was previously known as Hispaniola with the Columbus days. I think they said he crashed. If anybody looks into the historical account, this great sailor crashed on the rocks of San Salvador. That's, they named that the island in the Bahamas, and then he went on the ship with Martin Pinzon. So it was the what was it? The Santa Maria, the Nina, and the Pinta. I think the Pinta was Martin Pinzon's ship, and they had a map. Some people speculate it was the Piri Reis map that Columbus and Martin was back and forth looking at. And you think about, you just, when you look at the history, a lot of people think they know history, and I would ask them, well, how many voyages did Columbus make? And people, black and white, would not know the answer, but yet they got a lot to say about Columbus. And I'm saying, well, he made 4 known voyages, and I think it was the second one he went back and they arrested him, I think, because he hung a few Spaniards from what they say for stealing corn. He also did a lot of atrocious things. And then the third time, I think, is when he went south, and that's when he ran into the islands of the Caribbean off the coast of South America. And he named Trinidad because it had rocks that reminded him of the Trinity. And then I think the fourth voyage was funded by Portugal, and they paid him to keep quiet. Either the third or the fourth. The third could have, because I think the Spanish found out about that and imprisoned him again, but somehow he just kept getting out. And the fourth was the final voyage. And I think one of his great descendants is an admiral in the Spanish Navy or something like that. Anybody can look it up to try to find out if that's true. Mark, good to see you, man. Always, brother. Yeah. Yeah. Who built America? Who really built it? So, And this is to teach us all to say, hey, you know what? We don't want to hear the rhetoric of it was this or that. It seems to be multicultural, and not multicultural in the way we see it today, but forced labor type of multicultural. A lot of enslavement. Not all slaves were one color. There were many colors of slave. There was white, black, Native American slavery, Chinese slavery, indentured servitude, a lot of stuff like that. George Washington and Martha Washington was said to have a girl that Martha wanted to keep as her slave that ran away. Her name was Ona Judge. She was white passing, so she could blend into society and not be caught as easy. And I think she evaded them for the rest of her life. So she stayed a free girl up until her older age or however long she lived. Anybody can look that story up. Ona Judge, that was her name. So we have that. I talked about the horrific story of Susanna Turner, which was really sad, man. There are a lot of others too that when we look at it, we start to say, man, this is a story and a half, man. Mr. X, brother, welcome to the show.
Good to see you, MB Scribe. Yeah, just tuning in right now with work. It's been a little busy, crazy, but yep, looking forward to this.
Yeah, man, cool. Yeah. So, I had a couple of pictures with the coal miners that I showed. This is brutal for guys to be working in this type of environment, for the Native Americans who lived with the land to kill off the food source of the bison was just ridiculous. Chinese laborers, coal miners, plantation farmers. This is
It's
what
like
built
who had the resources to bring all these people? That's the thing. That's the
Mhm.
main objective. They had to come over and take over an entire continent. So you have Spain, you have British, you got the French, all the ones coming over and taking over parts. Where Spanish, obviously, it was more Central South America, and then the U.S. in the north was U.S. or I'm sorry, European centric people all mixed, bringing all that stuff together at one time. It's like who was able to bring all these people together and come over and take over an entire continent, knowing there's native people there that they can't defend themselves. We're gonna bring, you know, our industrialized stuff over and ships, whatever, to take that over. I wanted to show a size difference real quick on this image here because Andy, you're talking about the geography and stuff. It's like the size difference is crazy.
wow. Yeah,
All
that's
right.
crazy, man. And they say they do distort the map. Like Africa is a little bigger than what you see on the map, South America as well. But yeah, that's crazy, man. Holy smokes.
Yeah, but when you look at the
Roman
history of the
Empire,
world
right?
and the British Empire, they were the most dominant, and they're a tiny area. They're not that big because it's based on the monetary system, everything. So
Mhm.
whoever controls that controls the world.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, man. That trying to just fix the mic settings here. Vegan Skeptic, man, good to see you, brother. He said America wasn't built, it was deployed. Actors run scripts while the builders stay off screen. Truman Show with better marketing. Man, that's amazing. If you want to hop on, we got the link pinned to the top of the chat, bro. Always welcome having you on, man. You got some really good knowledge, man. Could add in, that's what it's about. You are not that guy. Says, I know a Dominican guy who goes by King Macho, the first who's a descendant of Christopher Columbus. Really? Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Well, we do know that Christopher Columbus's name was actually Cristobal Colon. Because I always wondered, I said, why aren't there people in Puerto Rico named Columbus? But there are a lot of people named Cologne.
But
Cologne,
wasn't he Italian though? Christopher Columbus? I thought he was Italian.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
they said he was Italian,
But
and
he
he
was
was,
funded under the Spanish, the Queen
yeah,
of Spain. They funded
Queen,
his expedition.
yeah, Queen Isabella.
Queen Isabella,
And
yes, right.
I think Cristobal Colon Um, Anybody can look it up, but it could go further than that. Yeah, you're right. I don't know if Cologne is an Italian name or if it's a Spanish name, but I think there is Cologne is like a, a city in many Latin American countries. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have
Yeah,
one here in Panama. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So Cologne. Anytime you see Cologne, that's Columbus. And you know, all actors need a stage name, like Vegan Skeptic says, you know, and that's a really good one, bro. It is. It was deployed. It was, and with the fact that they built over, you know, or uncovered what was here, that says a lot. That really says a lot when I think about it. And it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder, like what really happened. What you got, the Spanish coming over here, the English, the French, the Portuguese, and then you had the Dutch. The Dutch actually, I think, got here before the English. That's why I think Manhattan and Brooklyn, those are Dutch words. When I went to Holland, they would tell me like those Brooklyn, you know, Brooklyn, like the ooh and you know, those, you know, the Manhattan. Manhattan, I think, is actually a native word, though. I think there was a native tribe, the Manhattan. But Brooklyn is Dutch, and you know, you have the remnants of the Amish. You have other things that were left here as well. It's, you know, it was as if people had maps of the world with an agenda, kind of like Vegan Skeptic was saying. It really makes you wonder, man. And to go in this direction to learn, you know, uh, it makes you wonder. It makes you wonder. I mean, I'm not
It
sure.
just it just Tony, sorry to cut you, just because it hit me right now. It seems like two different timelines are going on right now. It's like we still have, even on that side of the world, you know, on the eastern side of the world, you still have, you know, ancient China, India, all these things that are still living again in these ancient ways that are no longer really known about. But I'm saying, where did this clash between the native old way of living and this new thing of taking over the world using industrial technology come into play? And also now it's global. Now it's taken over. You know, we see it now. Obviously, it was, you know, what they call the modern, you know, human now is, well, everyone has tech. So
Mhm.
it just seems that
Mhm.
that was a very recent clash between the ancient way and this new, I would say, somewhat evil, parasitic type of way that considers, like we were saying earlier, land as you can buy it as if it's like just nothing. It's a tangible, you know, product you can just buy, you know, the air and the water. So based on these contracts and these words on paper, and they think, okay, I'll write a piece of paper and I sign it. Okay, that's, you know, and a lot of that's a sigil thing, and that a lot of that comes from the witchcraft thing. And a lot of these guys that do the, you know, the secret thing, they use their blood, the signature, or whatever, their DNA to sign something. You know, there is something to that, but yeah, it's just crazy to me to think that recently we just started doing this, going from horseback to rockets within the last several hundred years, and these two things have clashed recently. And what brought on this new industrial idea? You know, is it human? Is it something else? You know, what's influencing this machine?
Yeah. Yeah. It really makes you wonder. It's like it was Vegan Skeptic said it best. It was deployed. It was really deployed. It really makes you wonder, like, man, with they used humans just like we see slave labor, children in factories. I hear what Nazi is saying about the physicality and then the spirit. I'm not sure if we've seen a lot of that from, you know, these people. Like, I think everybody had a bit of spirituality, mentality, and physicality. The picture that I show here shows that, you know, physicality. You have coal miners that are not black that did physical work. You had Native Americans. I would say they were more of the spiritual and the mental. And you had Chinese laborers. You had many. You know, the picture tells 1,000 words. You know, so it's like, and this is why I collected some of these to show people that when somebody says, "Oh, it was this type of people alone," it just doesn't prove to be true. It proves that it was a combined effort under something that was administrating the rules. Now, yes, they have what they would put the presidents and all of that stuff, and those were, they can say, okay, these are from England and other countries in Western Asia, but there's something behind them too. I think it was Jefferson that said there's some invisible force that seeks to reduce us all to slavery. Because I mean, when you have your thumb on someone to hold them down, that you're limited, because if you move too far, you got to remove the thumb from holding them down. So you're restricted. It's kind of like the jailer and the jailed. So the guy working in the prison is spending a third of his day there. And basically a third of the day you're going to be sleeping, and the other third, part of that is in transit to work. So you're not even getting a full 8 hours there. You got to eat, you have to, get ready and all of that stuff. So a third, I mean, if somebody works 10 years in a prison, they just did 3 years, three and a third years in there. And that affects them. It affects them. But yeah, when the building of the country, I don't even know if that's a proper name to call it. The World's Fair feels like backstage tours that went public by accident. Yeah, man. Impossible buildings, the tech. Yeah, strangely erased. Truman wasn't supposed to see that set. You're right, man. You're right. Some of the we are still in the labor, man. We're still in the labor, man. It just, the World's Fair, and this was where some of those videos that Conspiracy R Us and oh man, I forgot the name of that other guy's channel, but they're both working in unison with each other. Conspiracies R Us and oh man, because he's with they talk about a lot of their stuff used to be on the Nephilim looked like clowns. So if anybody types in that name, they'll find their videos. They're saying that, they noticed that this was in legends and stuff like that. The Nephilim look like clowns. But the amusement parks, what Vegan Skeptic is saying from the World's Fair, oh man, I should have saved some of the pictures, because the amusement parks, when you look at the Ferris wheel and the merry-go-round and stuff, somebody was saying that these could have been like some type of energy generators and antennas disguised as amusement park rides. I'll see if I can find some. Let me see if I can find a couple of pictures. Conspiracies are us, I think it is. Us amusement park generators. So that's what it might have been. Amusement park generators, and hopefully ancient. So maybe ancient amusement park. If anybody has any of those pictures, because the way the guy had shown some of the pictures, secret amusement parks next door, where he was showing how some of these things are very odd the way they're set up. It's like a schematic or something. I should have we're amusement park generators. Or we're old amusement parks. That's what it might be. We're old amusement parks generators.
They do that today with the like the towers and stuff, the G towers and stuff, like the cell phone. They'll put like a fake tree, looks like a tree, but it's actually a that's a tower for that.
Yeah, no, I definitely it could have been something like that. I mean, when maybe radio towers, because they had something where they were showing like these rides were like could have been like radio transmitter type of things in disguise. Arlington National Radio Towers, maybe radio towers. Yeah, I got to look for it. It came up,
We got a super sticker here from Rip Van Winkle. You want to read that off?
Rip Van Winkle, man. Thank you, brother, for the support, man. Thanks for the $5 super sticker. It helps us with the StreamYard and everything. StreamYard, we pay $45 a month for it. Thank you, bro, for the support, man. I really appreciate that, man. Yeah, this is, we got the link if anybody wants to hop on. And if they have any insight into it, Forge in the Flesh, good to see you, man. Yeah. It's Me the Mind. Oh, wow. Yeah, if you want to hop on, man, we got the link pinned to the top of the chat. Timbo, good to see you. Autodidact is another one. That's self-taught, right? Autodidactic. Channel doing research in this area. Oh, wow. Yeah, I got to check that out, man. I believe a wise man once said, this is a computer simulated dream world. Yeah, man. This is, we're living in some stuff that is, it's something we're trying to figure it out, really, trying to figure it out. And, I think I have a picture here. Well, this one's of radio towers. Yeah. The one that I saw was like an amusement park layout, old amusement park, radio towers. Let me see if it's under, all right, it says large radio towers weren't standard amusement park features or could old amusement parks been some kind of generators or and radio towers. I mean, old weren't typically built repurposed powered structures, probably. So that's another thing too. So they could have been like how Vegan Skeptic or somebody was saying about that. Like, yeah, and the World's Fair. Yeah, that was the thing where he was like, yeah, man, the World's Fair stuff just happened to disappear, right? Like all of that World's Fair. Let me see, the World's Fair, because they had one in the early 1900s. And when you think about it, where did all that stuff go? 1900, 19 amazing things about the 1900 exposition, but that's in Paris. This one was, so Paris had one too. I didn't even know that. 1900. Man, when you look at some of these buildings from 1900s, it's ridiculous, man. It's like, how? Yeah, it's like, this is like really astonishing stuff to say. I don't understand. I mean, this is way more advanced than what I would have thought it to be. Professor Meeks, good to see you, man. American cities are designed to make people antisocial. Most are not walkable. Then they make public transit unaffordable for poor. It's supercar reliant and wastes precious time. Yes, that's so true. It used to not be like that. Mixed for walkers and other cars. Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. There is, matter of fact, when I was in Amsterdam, they say if a lot of people are walking on a street, they close the street. The cars, can't force you to move out the way or, to honk and all of that. They say they give people the right of way. And that's something I noticed that was really cool. The inner city didn't have the smell of traffic because you had a lot of people on bicycles too. You had bicycle lanes. You had the canals. That was another thing. So you had a lot of movement through canals on water. It was just a cool place. I mean, New York City, even though you can walk around, the traffic and stuff is just ridiculous. You would think that it would be a little more friendly, but
Yeah, I
There's,
agree with you,
you
MD,
know,
because I went to Europe and I was more impressed with the London and Paris. I was way more impressed in that than New York, to be
yeah,
honest with you. I mean, New York's not that special. I mean, there's some nice areas, but I'm more impressed with the European cities, to be honest with you, of what I've seen so far.
yes, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. New York is like, it really, when I think about it, it is nothing really too special about it. Like,
No.
yeah, I
Even
remember.
London, it's more lively. There's a pub in every corner. It's a clean city. You feel safe walking around. The subway's not filled with graffiti. You feel perfectly safe. It's just everything is there more lively, lit up. I mean, I think New York is a little overhyped, to be honest with you.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Without a doubt, man. New York. It just. I remember about a decade or two ago, I was in Times Square. It was about 2 decades ago, early 2000s, and I'm on 42nd and Street and I think it's 7th Avenue, and I walk 2 blocks away to Ninth Avenue, and it's dark, and it really reminded me of like a cardboard town. And I was like,
Mm,
wow. And it was very dark too. I was like, this, you walk into Times Square at midnight and it is lit up like daytime. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And
yeah,
everything's going on. And then you walk a block, you walk 2 blocks, and you're like, wow, everything is just, it's just a dark, regular neighborhood. So it's like a cardboard. What do they call it? Like a cardboard Hollywood set, like a Hollywood set town.
right.
Yeah. So and yeah, it's fake. It's really, and it's not. It doesn't sleep. When they said, "Oh, the city never sleeps," everything's closed now at 1 or 2.
Hmm.
The latest you might see something is 3, but then the rest of the city's already quiet, and it's like, yeah, something is extremely odd, but like Professor Meeks was saying, it's it's not it's antisocial actually. Vegan Skeptic says, yeah, World's Fair didn't just end; they vanished. Cities, artifacts, knowledge gone without continuity. If it was progress, where did it all go? History doesn't usually delete it. Yeah, man. Yeah, they are playing some type of game on that. Yeah, it's definitely something like that. Yeah, I was looking for some pictures to see if I can find something good on yeah, because when I think about like the title of the stream, Who Really Built America, it could more be it's more like we rebuilt it. So it's like it was built on top of, some people have the Tartaria theory, but it was
Hmm.
definitely uncovering something that was here already. And we do see little bits and pieces of that. Like all the technology that we see seems to have come from previous stuff that was re-engineered or found.
Yeah.
And yeah, you know, these the World's Fair thing. I'm looking at, I mean, when you look at just some of the pictures from the World's Fair, these are like, these are astonishing, man. To see this level of stuff and architecture, yeah, and it just disappeared. It makes you wonder. It's like, why? Why would that? What are they hiding? What are they hiding? And it really makes me wonder. It really makes me wonder about stuff like that. Professor Meek says New York City attracts socially awkward tourists and narcissistic people. Same with Hollywood and Miami. Yeah, man. Yeah, I've noticed that. I've definitely noticed that. LA
Well,
is just.
Miami's very changing. It's a very changing city. It's nothing like it was 20, 30 years ago. It's like completely different.
Mm, mm,
I've seen the changes. It's a whole different town and it's changing rapidly as we speak. I mean, they're building like crazy down here. I mean, they're
mhm.
building skyscrapers now near the ocean. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
You can see this new Waldorf Astoria that's going up in right in downtown Miami. Something to see. They're really this is the new capital, kind of this new hub. Everyone wants to be here.
Wow. What is some of the main changes that you've noticed in the 20-30 year span you were saying?
Oh, in Miami,
Hmm.
the amount of wealth. I mean, when I first came here, Miami was a very dangerous city. Early '90s, it was a lot of poverty everywhere. It wasn't that expensive to live in.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, it was definitely. I mean, but it was a lot more fun to be a young person. It was wide open. It was a lot more fun. And now it's just becoming a playground for the wealthy of all over the world. I mean, you have people from Dubai coming down here. You have people all over the world that own a place down here. I mean, Miami Beach is filled with Russian money. Lots of Russians down there.
Mm.
Um, so you got wealth all over the world, and now they're building these huge towers that, I mean, by the beach, there used to be just 2 or 3 level condominiums by the ocean, small places, small little inns and hotels, and now they're just building skyscrapers all over the place. Um, yeah, it's like everybody wants to be here. They're just moving in from everywhere. So I think it's the amount of wealth. We didn't have this amount of wealth that we do today. The amount of wealth in Miami. You come down here, you visit, you'll see it yourself. You'll see
Mm.
you just see the monstrous buildings, and you'll see the rents they go for. Getting a place for $1 million is just not a big deal down here now. Being a
Right.
millionaire in Miami is really not a big deal. Um, yeah, and everything's private now. Before, when I first came down here, everything was wide open. You could have a fun time,
Mhm.
but now everything is very exclusive. So that's why I say, if you come down here going to go clubbing or something like that, you're wasting your time unless you have VIP passes, because it's
Yeah.
really not all that. Yeah, you got to have access to the red carpet, basically, because that's what it's become. Yeah,
Wow. Wow. They
yeah.
say that they say what 1,000 people a day move to Florida. Is that true?
I've heard that in the past. I think I heard that like 20 years ago, actually. I don't know if it's more now. I know
Wow.
after the sickness happened in 2020, a lot of people moved down here. And that's when things kind of went crazy as far as real estate pricing goes. But these developers, like, one thing they're doing in Miami, they're gentrifying on steroids, basically. Like this one little area called Little Haiti, which is down here. They're really trying to like overtake that and build condominiums. And that was historically like a very poor area. It
Hmm.
still is, it's a very dangerous area, but they bought all the businesses, all the commercial properties. They've closed all the businesses down, and they're like trying to force people out because they want that land. That land is so valuable, because then they can build a huge tower and then they sell out, because it's a worldwide audience. You got Europeans, you got people from all over the world trying to live here. Just this, it's not all of Florida. The rest of Florida is pretty cheap. It's just South Florida, basically. Fort Lauderdale, Palm Beach, and Dade
Hmm.
County is where it's crazy. But the rest of Florida is pretty much cheap. It's not that expensive. It's not that crazy. It's just the southern part that's really nuts.
Wow. Wow. That's yeah, that I mean, my brother-in-law stays down there and he was telling me, he said, yeah, man, there's a lot of people come there every day. Um, there's two pictures that I just well, yeah, two pictures I saved from the World's Fair. I was looking this up while, earlier, and I'm saying to myself, like, I mean, this was from the
Mm,
64 World's Fair.
64.
And it makes me wonder, like, I think there's still remnants of that. But when you look at the St. Louis one, the St. Louis
Hmm.
World's Fair buildings, I don't think these are still around. It's like,
That building
why?
right there that looks like it's made of stone.
Yeah, yeah. Very odd. Very odd that something, I mean, it looks extremely intricate.
Yeah,
Why would that ever be taken down? It
I
makes me
know.
wonder. Yeah. Why would
That
that
is
ever?
strange.
Yeah, and I think New York still has this. It doesn't have the it's more like just wires in the circular thing, but the two towers there, they had that in Men in Black, and they tried to make a joke saying that that was the UFO thing. Of course, it seems like towers where people can go observe,
Yeah.
from a high point. But
Yeah, I don't see anything odd there, at least
yeah,
to
yeah.
the
But
naked eye.
yeah, I mean, I think about that. It's like it could be so beautiful. Things could be so beautiful
Hmm.
when you think about it. And I don't know if something uh, changed that turned it into like the future used to be pictured when I was a kid as like the Jetsons,
Yes.
futuristic, right? And
Hmm.
then as the decades went on, it turned into more of apocalyptic future, Resident Evil, um, The Matrix, uh, dystopia type of things instead of the Jetsons, instead of that highly advanced future. And then, even when it did come back to some movies showing a more advanced future, it wouldn't be as fun as the Jetson thing. It was more of a you're forced to explore type of future, like some of the space movies and stuff. Yeah, not the Jetson.
I saw some videos of China and some of their cities, and they look very advanced. And some of the cities in China lit up and skyscrapers everywhere, bridges everywhere. It looks very advanced.
Yeah, yeah,
It just might be an American thing. It's just, I don't know. Seems like other countries are overtaking us. Like America's taking a back seat a little bit for whatever reason. It's like maybe just our leaders sold us out. I don't know. I don't know
yeah,
the direct answer, but you look around the world. Like I haven't been to Tokyo, but I'd love to go see it because it looks like an amazing city.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
Much more advanced than what we have here.
Yes,
So I don't know.
yeah,
Maybe it's a societal issue. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe just
yeah.
we have a poor society.
It's something like when I look it up, it says, "Why did we stop having a World's Fair?" And it
Mhm.
says the World's Fair expositions declined in the United States for a reason that combined changing economics, politics, urban planning, technology, and cultural priorities. Fewer large national expos hosted by the US. I think they're lying here. It can't be all of that. I mean, politics right there, it's saying, okay, so you have some people that are just like, what are they, party poopers or something? It's like, so we can't have fun. You can't have a beautiful society. Like, people have
Mhm.
shown where in olden days, even the gutters looked beautiful. You had like a
Mhm.
gutter spout coming off of a house that was decorated compared to a basic gutter. The street lamps would be decorate, like they will be made in a style that was artistic. Now you have the basic street light. Um, Benches in parks, just your basic architecture. It's as if they're changing it to where it, and they try to call it modern. Oh, this is modern, right? Um, and it really, it makes you wonder what it's like, a mental conditioning, because when you see beauty around you, you act different. The environment
Yes,
definitely affects. Yeah.
definitely. I felt
Um,
that way when I was in London. I felt good. It was nice. Yeah, definitely. New York
yeah.
mostly looks like a gutter, to be honest with you. There's a few nice areas, but I mean, you look at most of New York, go drive along the East Side Highway. It's like what nonstop housing projects everywhere. That's nothing nice about that. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
They're not
No,
even well kept. I mean, I'm just being honest. Let's keep it real. You know what I'm saying?
no, you're right. You're right. It really, they have, trying to look for some of the comparisons. Yeah. So this is 19th century. Hopefully it lets me save the picture. But Professor Meek says, uh, yeah, St. Louis. Yeah, that building mogs the White House and looks. Yeah, the White House is just, yeah, whack. Um, Once Toys R Us closed down, it was over. Yeah, man. That Toys R Us was just thinking about it is kind of a fun thing. Even though I didn't go there like that much, but I remember going there in the 90s. But this is a street lamp, and this is a good picture of it, because you're looking at a street lamp from the 19th century versus the
Mm,
20th century. And we see the blandness. Like, you have a street light that, I mean, it has character. It has
yes.
artistic. I mean, it's nice compared to something that looks like dystopian, almost 1984 George Orwell type of thing. Yeah, man, that is
Wasn't that
wow.
the Victorian era? Is that what they called that? The 19th century? Was it the Victorian era?
Yeah, yeah, I think they did.
Mhm.
That was like the late, that was when they were starving like 30 million Indians during the late 1800s, and they called it progress, I guess. It's really sad,
Hmm.
man. Yeah, it's really sad when you look at why, something is feeding off of that energy. I think it's like it really makes you it really makes you wonder, when I think modern architecture versus ancient architecture. So maybe this might give us some better pictures, because people have shown this. I've noticed they've taken into account why what happened. You had the ancient stuff like the street lamps that looked really cool
Hmm.
compared to the modern stuff that looked dystopian. I mean, yeah, basically America became an op. Yeah, man, they couldn't. Honestly, I think it's done by design. I don't think it's just what they tell us. I think it has to have something more to it when trying to look to see some of the if I can find anything. Like even the windows, yeah, they're right. Old versus new. Some of these pictures, I got to give them credit. They really people are saying, hey, you know what? Why what happened to the artistic beauty that we would see? And let me see. I'm going to try to add these other two over here. So these are like window architecture, and it makes a good point now and then,
Mm,
right?
much nicer. Yeah.
Much, much. Just
What's with the
it.
gargoyles? They always have gargoyles there.
They
So.
say, and that's another thing too. They say it's to ward off certain things, that the
Hmm.
gargoyles are put there to ward off like evil spirits or scare away something. I'm not sure, uh, or possibly it conspiratorial maybe way, like could be something like maybe that's what's saying that what's inhabiting, or it really makes me wonder. Really something to think about, like with the gargoyle thing. This
Hmm.
other one, old versus new. So you start to see the difference in architecture there.
Well, I've
But
always said, maybe the answer is America's not a culture; it's a corporation, and it's about whatever makes the most money. Uh,
yeah,
that's
Scribe
what it
talks
comes
about
down
that a
to.
lot. Yeah.
Yeah.
He says it's more like a corporation. I think it goes, it's run in a corporate way. I've noticed that, but there's something behind the scenes. Like when you look at that push, that invisible push, like, all right, like what are we pushing? Why don't we just enjoy life? You see what I'm saying? When humans think about it, it's like, I just want to enjoy life. Why does it have to be a push? Why does it have to be a war? Why? Oh, we have to build a hadron collider and all that. Why? Why? What is this forward march into madness about? And it comes from all the way back when you track it and say something has to be older, because that lives longer than the average human span, because humans, even if you impart the plan to your children and grandchildren, somebody's going to mess it up.
Hmm.
Yeah, there has to be something that overlooks this from a much deeper perspective.
Well, can you
Especially
really?
when, yeah. Mhm.
I was just gonna say, can you really enjoy life though without money? That's all I'm saying. Can you really fulfill your needs in this physical realm without money? I know it sounds superficial and everything like that, but
Mhm.
I think just to keep it real, run the monetary system, and to really get the most out of this life, unfortunately, it requires money. It requires access to capital. I mean, if you want to keep it real, you know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, you could say, look, I'm not going to work anymore. I'm just going to enjoy life. I'm going to enjoy nature, but you still got to eat. You still may get
Yeah.
sick and need health care. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I think that's where that push ends up.
Yeah.
It's just we're under the monetary system. As long as we're in this physical realm, we are.
I mean, if we had a farm, like if we grew, let's just say if we just grew half of the food,
Hmm.
not even three quarters or whatever, I think like if we did grow 90%, like in the 30s and 20s, like most people would grow, um, right there, you start to think, okay, if you have a piece of land and you're growing and raising what you need, now it's going to take a lot. You're going to have to
It's going to
butcher.
take capital. It's going to take capital to make that land fertile. It won't grow by itself. You have to take care of it. As
Well,
you know,
yeah, you have to take care of it. But like, all right, in the book Secret Life of Plants, they talk about how when you have everything running together, the land fertilizes itself because you're using the organic method. So the goats keep the plane of the grass trim. Their droppings fertilize it as well. The
hmm
ducks fertilize, the chickens fertilize, the cow especially has extremely good fertilizer, and these things keep it sustainable to say, okay, now we have the crops, which you don't have to grow a lot of crops, but you grow enough to eat and a little bit of surplus to store for the winter. If you're living more south, then you could have more because you're going to have a longer growing season. Um, so now when you look at it, you start to say, okay, this is what life's about. So I know that I have to every day we have to tend to the farm. We have to wake, we have to rise, check the eggs in the chicken coops, also make sure they're protected so no
yeah,
weasels come in and kill the chickens.
exactly.
This is why you have to have a cat. So when you're doing that, I've noticed from growing, certain years back 10, 12 years ago, tomatoes and stuff like that, you get some type of you get closer with everything because you're
Sure.
seeing what it takes to really have what it takes to live basically. Rip Van Winkle says that's the scam, Mr. X. Yeah, the money, man. The money
hmm
scam is brutal, man. But
Yeah.
this architecture, I saved this one. The William Jefferson Clinton Federal Building versus the Robert C. Weaver Federal Building. So you can see the difference in architecture. Same kind of design, but one just has a better feeling to it than the other one. The other one is more like cold and uninviting, or
hmm
yeah, and then the one on the left has a little bit more character to it. Like it just has a better feel to it.
Well, the
Um
one who built that building too, they got a government contract, and they're going to build something that's going to give them the most profit. So building something with that intricate detail would cost a lot more, and it's less profit for the builder. So they're going to go with something bland. It's all about profit and making a profit on. That's what it comes down to. So
is it,
that's what I see.
well, I wonder, is it really about just making a profit, or is
hmm
it hiding like the fact where we would we would think like, okay, yeah, the guy did make a profit, so it's hard to dismiss that, but the person behind making that done is saying they're going to think it's profit because you can clearly see the guy makes a profit, but the more behind the scenes thing is it's going to change the way people feel and think because architecture affects us.
hmm
We're affected by our environment, so that might be the higher or the more main goal to
Sure.
say this is we want people to feel a certain way, and this is how we're going to do it. We're going to change the architecture, we're going to change how they feel by changing the environment. And when we change the way they feel, it's also going to change the way they act. And in theory, it might change the way we allow somebody to control us too, because we're in a state of mind that's like maybe a more depressed, maybe a more hopeless, like trying to think like, oh yeah, there's no hope. There's, you feel kind of bland. You feel like the rat in the rat race. and it really like you might can attest to this because you said you went to London and other cities, and you like did you notice a different feel?
Yes.
Like, yeah, so the feeling really does. Rip Van Winkle says, keep them thinking they're in prison and they'll be, yeah, you're absolutely right. They'll be
Good
servants. They'll
point.
be in that servitude mind. Thank you, Rip Van Winkle.
Very good
That's a
point.
very good point. That's a very good point. You keep people, and what Rip Van Winkle is saying here, let me put the pictures to it. So when you keep people in the state of mind, when you see it to the left and you see it to the right, different state of mind. See it to the left, see it to the right, different state of mind. So you have different states of mind that come from different types of architecture. And I think like what you say makes a good point. Profit and this and that. But I think that it's like, okay, say we owned everything and we're the ones that make people pay taxes because it's just ridiculous to think that you have to pay tax just to live on something you already bought. So the fact that property tax, like people from other countries come over here and they get mind boggled by property tax. They're like, wait a minute, you paid off everything and you still had to pay tax on your own property? That's crazy.
Hmm.
That's insane. I can understand, okay, you have to pay for the water being piped in. And even that, what are you getting piped in? Water that you must filter.
Yeah.
If you test the water, you're going to find crazy stuff in there. So it's like you have to filter the water. So I have to clean the water from what companies polluted it with. And that's the crazy stuff. We have to clean the water from what companies pollute it with. And okay, fine. And then I pay what it's so and I got to pay tax for that on top of
Hmm.
that. Like I mean, it's ridiculous. Nate, what's up, bro? Salute, brother. Yeah, man.
But
And
look at some of the foods that we eat too, like you've covered in other previous streams. The preservatives or the additives that are illegal in European countries.
yeah,
So it's like we're just a big lab experiment over here in
yeah.
America,
This
for
is
profit
yeah,
lab.
straight lab rat. I don't know.
Hmm.
Do you remember? Wasn't there a time they didn't tax inheritance? Marx is saying they tax inheritance, and I've heard that too recently. But
Hmm.
was there a time when they didn't? I thought when we were younger, Mr. X. I mean, I could be mistaken, but I
Really,
thought,
I think there was a threshold. I don't know if it was like
okay, yeah, because I
a
thought there
certain
were
amount of
certain
money,
things, yeah, that you couldn't. That's
over half a
crazy.
billion or something like that. I can't
Yeah,
remember, but
but that's crazy, right? So in other words, somebody can't give you something without these criminals taking money
yeah,
from. I mean, that's some criminal stuff.
we're a hyper consumeristic society. That's
You
the way
can't
I view
even
it.
you can't even give somebody something without the government trying to swipe some. Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is horrible. And I think they're doing it. It's to keep us demoralized. Because when a person is demoralized, they're much easier to be controlled.
Sure.
They're much easier to be controlled, man. That's horrible. I mean, the tax, I have never seen, and we're close to the same age, I've never seen tax or pollution go down. I just don't remember it.
But look at where our tax money goes. Most of it doesn't even come back to the American citizen.
Oh,
We're like the world's police, and we're
yeah.
involved. We're giving money away to every single country. What other country gives away so much money of its own tax dollars to fund other countries? I don't know any other country that does this. We're
Yeah,
the only ones.
exactly. It's
Yeah,
like we're a slave country that
exactly.
yeah, the citizens are just straight. Oh man, they're just like they're worked to death. They're kept in fear. This
Hmm.
architecture keeps coming around that is just, I mean, when I look at the architecture, it really does have a sense of controlling us.
Yeah.
When I think about it, it's like because when you see pretty stuff, you act differently.
I mean, I'm making a hypothetical, not a hypothetical, but a hypothesis about maybe what it's related to is maybe in that early Victorian era, we had more European influence and they were claiming it as their own territory. And maybe that just disappeared. No longer was America going to be part of any European or any particular culture. It was just going to be bland. It was going to be corporatized. It wasn't meant to to be have its own distinct culture. They wanted to eliminate any type of culture from America. Just make it more of a corporation that will basically fund the entire world and be the world's policeman and have their citizens taxed to death. Um, maybe that was the end goal. I don't know.
I mean, it feels like they're just draining the life out of people,
Hmm.
and they're using it. And and this is another thing too. They say that foreign aid is one of the easiest way for them to launder and steal money.
Yes.
To say, oh, they're going to give Ukraine 200 million, and then they steal, who
Hmm.
knows, 200 billion.
Yeah.
Pardon me. Um, it just, I mean, you look at that like, what the heck is going on?
Then you got homeless people all over the streets. They don't give them nothing. I mean,
Ridiculous, dying. Um, they'll have more rights to protect animals than people. Oh, you can't
yes.
leave, and I understand you don't want to torture animals. You got to treat them humanely. You got to treat everything everything with respect. To say,
Hmm.
well, the dog can't be left out in the cold, this, and that and whatever. But humans, they don't care. And
No,
and
and the amount of money we spend on weaponry. I mean, you could help out the people. These missiles and these jet planes. I mean, you could build hospitals, and people wouldn't have to struggle in this country at all if our money stayed with us, our tax
this would be a
dollars.
paradise.
Hmm.
Matter of fact, it would be a paradise, and we can still help people.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could help people without the crooks. I mean, the fact that what Mark brought up about inheritance, man, that thing's really got me. That's got me like, wait a second, man. Like he said, you can't even give somebody something without them trying to get a cut. That's some. I mean, how much more criminal does it get? Then I mean, that's blatant criminal type stuff. It's saying, wait, I remember anarchists used to post memes like this about, hey, I got some apples that I grew or I picked off a tree, and I want to sell them to you for $2. And then the government's like, oh, we got to get involved. We got to have a cut on that or something. Now, fresh produce, I don't think they tax on. I'm not sure about it, but I got to check on that. I don't think so. Anything processed, they will tax on. So in the supermarket, I don't know if you've noticed that. If you buy anything that's fresh produce that's grown, whether it's sprayed with poison or not, um, in my opinion, it is not taxed, I think. But anything in a box or that's processed, you're paying tax on that. And just little things I noticed with, like, farmers would put eggs always in like a cardboard type of mushed together cardboard carton. And now you see them in plastic and in foam even. I think farmers used to keep them in the cardboard thing because they knew that the plastic and the foam will affect the egg. Butcher paper. It used to be what they wrap certain meats in. Paper that was safer than plastic. It makes me wonder, like, there's a lot with these agendas, man. That's going on. Architecture, food, yeah.
I definitely agree. Definitely agree. It's yeah. Um, that's why I didn't vote in the last election. I'll be honest with you. I mean, my main thing was I didn't like the fact that we were supporting other countries and what was going on.
Oh man,
Nothing
yeah,
with the war. I can't
yeah.
be behind that.
Oh yeah,
And it didn't matter who you voted for, Democrat, Republican, they're both on the same page. I mean, they were still going to fund certain countries. I won't name names, but that were, destroying and killing other people that were innocent. And I can't support that,
it just,
And even
I mean,
though,
just anything like the foreign. When I look at, and you said it best, the world police. It's like
Mhm.
world police. We're being extorted. It's like, and this is what really get me thinking. It's like, okay, let's just make it easy math. They're gonna give this country $1 million or $1 billion. Let's say 1 billion, but half of that is missing.
Yeah.
So yeah, and then the money, like you said, is sent to do something to harm other people. But nobody, and this is how we fall into it a little too, I think. We forget, it's easy for us to forget that there's 3 million missing from like the Pentagon.
Billion, right? Billion.
A trillion,
A
trillion,
trillion. Yeah, a trillion.
trillion.
We got a
So
billion. Trillion.
that's
Yeah.
just that's a staggering number.
Hmm.
That's like deficit level number. And they got audited, nothing happened. So the IRS, or anybody can look this up.
Hmm.
Back, I think it was 2010, around, no, maybe around 2016, in between those years, 6 trillion, I think, went missing. And again, the word missing, no, it was stolen. You see, they really have a way with these words. So 3 trillion just recently. Oh, they don't have 3 trillion. They came up $3 trillion short. No, some group of people stole $3 trillion from the American budget.
Hmm.
And when they audited the Pentagon, as far as I'm thinking with this article, I got to check it again, in my opinion. They now nothing happened. Nothing happened.
And the only solution is to lower taxes or to get rid of taxes. That's the solution. It's not to vote people in who say they're going to clean it
Yeah,
up,
yeah.
because nobody's going to clean up anything.
Nah,
Newsflash.
it's just, yeah, another, just
We're going to
another
drain
story.
the swamp. No, you're not. You're not going to drain anything. Nobody's going to drain anything. If you want to drain the swamp, stop taxing so much. Just let the
Yeah,
people keep their
yeah,
money. That's the way
exactly.
you drain it. Take away
Yep.
the money.
Yeah. And
That'll
you know,
never
and that's
happen because people vote on stupidity. I'm all the time. I'm sorry. It's
no,
vote
no,
on
you're right.
stupidity.
You're absolutely right, man. It's a
Hmm.
we, and part of it, I think, I can't say all of it is our fault, but part of it, it's hard when everybody's got to work. I mean, it's brutal. I wasn't
Yeah.
even I wasn't sure if I wanted to stream tonight. I mean, I wanted to stream, but then I was like, man, I was editing the book, working earlier. It's just like, what the heck? And then you just thinking about the tax that they take from what I make and what everybody makes is depressing.
Hmm.
It's like, man, I stopped at the supermarket, got some stuff, and everybody's there. I mean, it's crowded as F. And I'm just like, holy smokes. I'm like, how's there so many freaking people here? And the line to go to the self-checkout, and they have like, 5, 6 checkout machines. And then they did have a couple of registers, but I don't know what. Well, maybe Saturday. I don't know if today. Yeah, it was just crazily packed, and I'm looking at everybody, and nobody really looks very happy.
No, not with the prices. That's for
Yeah,
sure. And it's just
I've
going to get
noticed.
worse. It's
Yeah,
just going to get worse.
yeah, I've noticed that too. I bought like some chips, some corn chips,
Hmm.
organic. Uh, and I would, because usually they're like $5 and change, and I'm like, I'm not gonna buy that, but they were on sale for like 3.99, and even that is a lot. And
Well,
you're getting air. You're paying 3.99 for like a half a bag of air and
mhm.
some chips,
Well,
and
the
then I was,
CPI report doesn't include food. I believe food and energy and housing.
mhm.
The things that everybody has to spend money on.
Yeah, yeah,
So it's very deceptive about the inflation rate's not bad. It's only at 3%. No, but it's not including your food, not including your housing, not including your energy. If
yeah,
but so it's like yeah, it's probably like triple that. We
yeah.
don't realize that. That's the thing. Inflation is bad. Just you're not hearing about it in the media.
Hmm. Yeah, no, no, it's true. It just when I think about some of the stuff, it's just yeah, and then you have to navigate through the food because you don't, if you buy the wrong thing, you already know. It's like recalls, you find out, man, this stuff you're buying is
Hmm.
detrimental to, you shouldn't be eating it. It's banned in, 30 different countries.
Yeah,
But yet, yeah, like you said, it's like a big experiment.
it really is.
Yeah, it really um not that guy says he lives in California to tag. Yeah, I heard California might have one of the high. New York and California got the highest tag. It's just ridiculous. Out of a $2,300 paycheck, they took almost 500 out. That's actually not that bad. Out of
Hmm.
a $2,300 paycheck, They took out all. I thought it was 30% at the paycheck. Like, like I was working part time, and I don't know, maybe because of the way I filed, I was only making. I was working like 28 hours with one job, and it wasn't a lot of money. It was like 17 and change, I think, an hour, like almost 18. And I think I was getting around five, and then I was getting like almost four after tax. Because I thought if you make three, they take $100, 33% or something like that. I don't know. It might be maybe because it's New York. They had a guy that's got a video out. He showed that if you work at a job in New York and you make $1.5 million, you don't get half of that. You get like
Hmm.
a couple of thousand less. That's that's like them telling you they're at war with you, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, that's some just almost to the point where it's like you're ready to just go straight Manson on somebody. To just be like, wait a minute, this is what? And they don't even, I think Carlin or somebody said it best. They said, you don't pay taxes, they take taxes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like again, the wordplay, the way they have us in a state of mind control. Oh yeah, we pay this much in tax. No, they take that much.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's actually, yeah, no, because I thought on 1,500 they would take 500 in tax. So, but that's still a lot. 500 on the 2,300. Shit, if you're making $2,300 a week, that's actually really good, man. That's like holy smokes.
They
That's like,
always the government spends more than it takes in too, so we're in a deficit.
oh yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely. It, but when you think about it, the deficit is to who? Like there was something that somebody had a video on, and they put some really good stuff, and they're like, it's all a scam. It's like we don't owe anybody money. They're
Hmm.
telling us, oh, this is the deficit, so they can continually keep us in a state of fear and worry. It's just, oh man, it gets to a point where I'm like, man, you just sometimes you don't want to participate in this, and you have to though, because like you were
Hmm.
saying, we got to
Yeah.
eat, we got to live. I mean, I understand why
Right.
people live down south. Because right at last the other day was like 25 degrees or something. And I'm just like, you know, I keep like a little heater, and it gets depressing. My friend, she called me today, and she's like, she goes, are you feeling depressed? I'm kind of feeling depressed, because she's very empathic and stuff like that, very into like some spiritual stuff. And I was like, yeah, kind of. I said, kind of. I said, I feel happy when I edit and I write and I do my creation and stuff. And
Hmm.
she's a good friend in Ohio, really good. We came to New York a few times. And that's another thing too. I try to tell guys, like having relationships and friends with different people, and it's healthy too. To me, it's like I I I just I get along with a lot of people. As Varun, good to see you, man. It's always a pleasure, man. Yeah, if you want to hop on the panel, we got the link pinned to the top of the chat. Yeah, they even taxed the lottery, man. The
Yeah.
lottery, and they tax the lottery like mega tax, right? That's not even
Hmm.
just like you're losing half of that, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. They get plenty of money, but they waste it all.
Yeah,
And you see the zombies. I really can't stand when there's political events and you see people screaming and yelling like it's a rock concert. It's like there's no hope. There's no
yeah,
hope. I mean, if
yeah,
that's what you're doing for government servants, there's no hope because they're
yeah,
there to serve the government. They're not there to entertain you.
yeah,
But we don't have that anymore. We have idiots, and the
yeah,
population just falls for this crap.
yeah. The political zombies are on another level.
Yeah.
Yeah, the political zombies are. Yeah, I don't even know what to say about the political zombies. Azroon, what's up, man? Good to see you.
Yeah, it's rude.
Yeah. Yeah, the political zombies, it's like I don't even know what to say sometimes, because they get, you know, the political zombie, the religious zombies aren't as bad as the political zombies.
I
Now,
agree.
political religious zombie, that's a different thing. But the religious ones might actually be like, oh, I don't vote. Like that's one thing I kind of respected about the Jehovah Witnesses, even though they were, they got their own stuff too. But they're like, all right, don't hate nobody, just dislike their ways. And you know, as a kid, I remember some family members were friends with, I remember some Jehovah Witnesses, and they wouldn't vote. They didn't celebrate holidays. I didn't really like holidays because you grow up as a kid and you're like, well, how am I gonna get a present? Get you a present. I'm like 8 years old, 10 years old, and even I remember at 14 working for like $3.25 an hour. When I was 15, I got a job making $5 an hour. I thought that I was like, wow, this is a good bit of money.
Mm-hmm.
And I never really, I remember I filed. I didn't work a lot that year. I might have made a couple of $100. And but the fact that I filed, I think at 15 or 16, and then once I was in the military, I was filing at 18, and it just even filing to say, wait a minute, I made this money, like, and I don't, lately it's been kind of a struggle. Last year, I think it was the year before, I filed and I said, okay, I didn't make a lot, and I added in a couple. I think I might have made 2 or 3 thousand on Amazon, and they made me pay back like 200 and something dollars in tax.
They'll not no let up.
I was like, what the man? I thought to myself, I said, man, I should have never filed.
Mm-hmm.
I said, that's crazy. That's crazy. The fact that I said, wait a minute, I'm living basically under the poverty level on a paycheck, and they're telling me that I got to pay back money.
And they'll find you if you don't pay. They will find you. That's one thing about taxes. You avoid taxes. Oh no,
you
they're
have
gonna
to,
get you
yeah.
eventually.
It's so scared. That's why I filed. I was like, yeah, I better just.
The IRS
file
doesn't
it.
play. They'll find you anywhere.
It is really,
They'll find you anywhere.
It's really messed up. And then you got billionaires over here. It just. What did Biden say? He was going to hire more agents and all. I mean, what type of stuff is that?
Mm-hmm.
And then you got another. They're all crooks, man. They're just all.
Democrat, Republican. If you don't know it's the same thing, I mean, I can't say nothing to you at this point. If you think they're very different at 2020 this year, 2025 and above, then the same club. They all belong to the same fraternities. Most of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They're the same societies, for crying out loud.
Exactly, man.
Look at
Yeah. And with the topic of who really built America, it's like, well, no matter who built it, what did we build? Like, what did they build or whatever? A better prison for people, like a more. And now with the electronic slave bracelets that they have, which the telephone, the I saw a guy today with the AirPods in a supermarket. And I'm just like, wow. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm not wearing that stuff. I don't even like talking unless it's on speakerphone. I hold it like away from me a little. Yeah, it's just, you can't, and I had my phone in my pocket and I'm thinking, yeah, it is kind of an electronic slave bracelet. I remember a guy told me that years ago. Yeah, just about 10 years
You got to
ago.
pay that monthly phone bill. There's no way out of that.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Go ahead and try to live without your phone. See how much bliss you have,
Oh yeah, you're right, man. And I watch, the days, because you don't want the service to get cut off. So you're trying to pay that before the bill. Because there has been 1 or 2 times years ago where I forgot, and then, so you realize your phone is not working. You pay it, it's back on like within, a couple of minutes. But yeah, I mean,
the only way to live off the monetary system is look at these tribes that live on their own, like in the Amazon or in Senegal. I believe it's called Senegal Island. Look at those tribes. That's living off of the monetary system. And if that appeals to you, fine. But that is what life is like outside of the monetary system. They're the only people that can bet if the currency crashed tomorrow and was worthless, their life wouldn't change one bit.
Yeah.
The tribal people. But that is what life is like outside the monetary system. There is no other way to look at it.
Exactly. The only thing when I look at the tribal thing, like if something happens, and you need like a medical, even though they do have their ways of healing. That's what shows me that we're very like very like, I don't know if I should use the word unnatural, but it's like we need a certain level of technology
Yeah, we
to,
do.
yeah, so it's like, and I talk about that in the human origin things. I was going over it today, and I was like, yeah, we're just so, when I look at things, it seems like things have been created in a way, and it's like there is no this stuff just happening by chance. But when I look at the country, it's like, yeah, something was pushing like a bulldozer pushing, something forward. And we're, okay, went from the industrial revolution, steam engines, steamships, to people laying the railroads, and that's why, I had shown some of the pictures. Plasma Void, blessings, good to see you, man. Always a pleasure, bro. This is why I showed the pictures here that includes everybody, because this is a real picture of people that actually helped to build America, but not helped like saying, oh, we want to build a country. These people are working to eat.
Yeah, that's what they were doing.
Yeah, and it's like you got the Chinese laborers whose bones basically formed the foundation for all the railroad tracks that they were buried under, while they were putting a mile of track a day, in some places. You have the black and white workers that built the infrastructure with plantations, coal mines, buildings, and the Native Americans, of course, basically, I don't even know if donated is the word, for what they did, with their living spaces, basically. What was it they said? That, yeah, when your bones turn to dust and go back to the ground, and the blood in your veins goes back to the sea, then you'll really see that it's the earth that owns you.
Yeah.
Some of the philosophy I've heard from these people are deeper than anything I've read from written cultures. It really, and there is some deep stuff from written cultures, but you think about that, like, wow, how can you sell the sky? How can you sell the river? They would just natural, normal stuff, like, hey, wait a second, man, that doesn't make sense.
The thing about it, their society wasn't perfect either, because you notice most of these tribal populations, there's a limit to how large they get, and the lifespan is much shorter. I mean, if I didn't have personally me, if I didn't have access to technology and medical care, I'd probably be dead already.
Oh
You know,
man, yeah,
that's reality.
we see that, yeah. Celestial Senate, good to see you, says, I need to look into learning bushcraft because the 666 system reeks of an ever increasing control of it. Man, it feels like a tightening vice. Somebody told me years ago, he goes, we all got an invisible noose around our neck. And if you don't feel it, just stray far enough and you'll feel the pull. And it's true. It's like you said, you stray far enough, and then next thing you know, it's like you know, IRS type of stuff, like you were saying.
Yeah.
It's like a constant state of fear. Like every year is the annual, like what, it's crazy when somebody says, how much did you make? And this is how much you got to give me. That's insane when I think about it. That is like the whole voluntary. Some people, I've heard people say it's voluntary, like you have to check a box and all of that. You and I already know it's just cheaper to pay them. It's like,
Yeah,
you know what?
exactly.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue here, because these dudes, you already seen what happened to Wesley Snipes and Lauren Hill, I think, from the Fugees. She had to do, I think, a couple of months. Snipes, I think, did a few years. I think he did
Look
like
at that.
3 years. So, yeah.
Yeah, and if you don't pay it, guess what? They know you didn't pay it. They're gonna add it on, and they're gonna start charging you interest. They're gonna get you
Oh
one way or the
man,
other.
it
You know,
just and who is the guy? Kevin Trudeau. He just got
oh
out, I
yeah,
think, right? He
he was the
did.
get rich quick guy, wasn't he?
No, he was the Natural Cures They Don't Want You to Know book.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. I mean, I'm all confused. Yeah,
He got 10 years, right?
don't remember the
I
details, but
think he made a lot. He made like 100 million on that book.
Mm.
And well, with the infomercials and stuff, right? Like 90 million, probably paid 10 million for the advertising. And I think they were saying he owed 30 million in taxes. Now, I don't know what happened, but I remember when this was years ago, about 10 years, I guess, and they were taking him away. He got 10 years. So 10 years for $30 million. I mean, you can't get the time back. As you're older,
Exactly.
yeah, the older you are, it's just not worth it,
Me,
because
if I was in his boots, I would have paid it. Why
yeah,
give up your life? You
yeah,
have what you left with 70 million. I mean, obviously it'd be less than that, but you left with enough to enjoy yourself and just enjoy yourself. I mean, life's short. Why spend it locked up somewhere?
yeah. Okay, it says Kevin Trudeau was sentenced to 10 years in federal prison in 2014 for criminal contempt stemming from deceptive weight loss infomercials. That's crazy. 10 years. And he just got out because he's doing videos now again.
Mm.
Um Holy
Who
smokes, man.
knows? Maybe you stepped on the wrong toes. Sometimes when you get into these certain circles and you do things that you're not supposed to do, they'll come down on
Oh
you.
man.
If
They
you don't
said he
follow
was
orders.
also ordered to pay a $37 million judgment, which he never paid, contributing to the contempt charges. I can
Mm,
understand that. I mean, at least if he gets out, he's got $37 million if he's got the money.
that's a big
Wow.
if.
Wow. 2022, he was on probation, they're saying, after serving time for fraud because he's doing some type of I've seen him on certain videos.
Mhm.
He's doing like the I wouldn't say it's conspiracy, but yeah, yeah, I wouldn't say it's like more of like trying to wake people up or something when you know you can't really wake up zombies. But yeah, I'm thinking about changing the name of the show back to Wisdom Radio, man.
Really? Yeah, it might be a good idea.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
just thinking it's easier, with the new book, Human Origins, coming out, and then
Mhm.
topics like this and other stuff, it fits it more. It's more inviting, like, and it was the original name for the channel, um, email and everything, and it was like, American Zombie is good. I'm definitely going to put out some videos. I already showed the zombie spectrum and stuff on some earlier live streams, so I'll just show the stuff that I've had written, the manuscript, and put it back to Wisdom Radio, and then any topic that comes up fits Wisdom Radio because we're always
Mhm.
talking about some stuff with wisdom.
Yeah.
Um,
And,
yeah. So.
not to be off topic, can I mention one thing? Because after the last stream that I was on with you, when we were talking about these the sites, the pyramids and so forth, and the Mayan ruins, I did a little research, and yeah, even Angkor Wat, all of them seem to be built over what was called an aquifer. Even Coral Castle here in Florida,
Mhm.
in Miami, it's built over an aquifer. You can actually see the well. It has a stairwell leading to the actual running water, the aquifer there, and you can see it. And yeah, that's not a coincidence. Some of these maybe and some upcoming streams we can cover some of that because I definitely think there's something there. Why were they built specifically built in areas where there was running water underneath the Earth's surface? And I think that ties back to what we were talking about before, that what they call a natural nuclear reactor, which was running water and uranium, interacting with uranium. Yeah, it was. I wouldn't be surprised if they were harnessing nuclear power, some of these ancient sites.
Yeah.
I've been
Yeah.
thinking about
Definitely.
that. I don't know how you feel about that, because I
Yeah.
really enjoy
Definitely
your
some.
perspective because opens
Yeah.
my
There's,
opens my mind up. But I don't know. Maybe these ancient sites were. I don't know how you feel about that.
yeah. Yeah. I mean, Christopher Dunn has a good book. He calls it the Giza Power Plant, uh,
Hello.
for the pyramids. A really deep researcher. I've spoken with him on email a few times, and I had his book. I think somebody got it, but it was the Lost Technologies of Ancient Egypt. Really amazing stuff that he was putting forward. I clearly think it's a power generator. So a lot of ancient sites, when you look at Angkor Wat, again, it has like the structure where the top of the buildings could be some type of, built in a way that could transmit some type of energy. Um, the pyramid top, because we're not seeing everything that was there. They definitely took some stuff out. Oh, I think it popped off by accident.
Oh,
Um,
could you hear me now?
yeah, I hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I guess I didn't know if
Oh, yeah,
anybody
it
heard me. I
popped
guess it
off
just.
yeah, it just popped back on.
Oh,
Um,
okay.
as Varun, what's up, man?
Yeah, MD, regarding the thing, the ancient civilizations, I have one book called Zuan Falun. In that, it's mentioned that mankind has always risen from a primitive level to a very highly advanced technological level. Then actually there would be some cataclysmic event that would destroy all of mankind, like a flood, a famine or earthquakes or some form of natural disasters. Then they would again go back to a primitive state. That way mankind has been created and destroyed at least 81 times. And they found an ancient nuclear reactor in Gabon, Africa. And
Oh,
when they yeah, at least it was a
so you
billion
heard me
years
when I was
old.
talking about that, right? You heard
Yeah,
me,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
good, good.
yeah,
So, go ahead, Azmaroon.
yeah. So the thing is actually like the reason why I think, see, the thing is the ancients knew that the human body is also made up of the five elements: earth, water, fire, wind, and ether. So I think they considered water to be a purifying element. That's why it would be convenient for them to keep it on top of an aquifer or near some water body, actually. For their day to day rituals, to purify the place and to energize it, water was very important, right? That's why I think they would keep it always next to a water body.
Do you think they were also using uranium? Because with that water
Yeah.
body, I think in that African nuclear, it has water running underneath that's interacting with the uranium and producing energy.
Yeah. And uranium is nothing but the earth element again. It came from the earth, right? It's a mineral. So
Mhm.
again, it's back to the same thing: earth, water, fire, wind, and ether. It's like five elements that are always being used for harnessing some kind of energy that human beings need. So it always goes back to the five elements.
Wow. Wow. That's kind of deep, man. So you're saying that's about what we were saying about Angkor Wat and stuff? You're in
Yeah, it's
reference to
built
that?
over an
Yeah.
aquifer. Angkor Wat is built over an aquifer also. And so is Coral
Yeah.
Castle. You can see Coral Castle, and it's the same technology that was used to build those ancient sites. What was in Coral Castle? They actually have a stairwell leading down to the aquifer. You can see it right there. Mhm.
And Coral Castle too, right?
Yes. Yeah, they have a stairwell. If you go to take a tour of it, there's a stairwell leading down to the aquifer. You can see you can see it right there.
What was the guy's name again? It was like a little
Ed
guy.
Lead Scallion. Ed Lead Scallion. Small little guy.
Wow. And he'd always say that he's waiting for a sweet 16 or something, like
Yes.
the lady.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. But the best way to learn about Coral Castle is that book by the guy we talked about, Pri Van Mohan, because you won't get that on the tour. He really nailed it. He nailed it. As far as what was going on. I mean, you read that book and then you go see it, it all makes sense. It all makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah.
The astrology that was there, he has a telescope facing the North Star, that there's four quadrants, and based on where that North Star is located, you know the time of the season. But he
Hmm.
said it had more to do with just the North Star is vital to all these ancient structures,
Wow.
how they're built. Yeah. Yeah. But definitely the aquifer, there's something there. There is definitely something there with these ancient structures. Um,
Wow. I remember seeing him back had to be over 5 years ago, I think. Or around that time. No, it might have been longer because I first saw him on Ancient Aliens.
mhm.
And then I was looking at one of his videos, and he he showed something in India where he thought, I don't know if he still feels the same way, where he was saying that it shows like evolution or something. And I kind of was like, it like, especially knowing what I know now, it's like, I don't know if I don't think he feels that way anymore.
But
Because
maybe that's where the theory originated from. Maybe it wasn't from Darwin. Maybe that's an old theory from the ancients.
Mhm.
Not that it's true. It's just it was already theorized by the ancients. Just
Maybe.
saying.
Well, what he was saying, there's these two square pillars that are like part of a front gate made out of stone, and it shows like, I guess, Hindu gods and goddesses, like with half human, half something else form. Like one has a shell of like a scallop, like a shellfish. The other one has like a fish. The other one has like a like, I think it was like a amphibian or something. And he's trying to say, oh yeah, these match the timelines of the fake timeline of the geological scale that the made up thing. But I think he
Okay.
was doing that just basically because of some of his stuff, and I really respect a lot of the stuff he does. I think he was doing it in a way just trying to do the Eric Von Daniken thing where you mix it in, it widens the audience, because I think he's got over 2 million subs now. I remember when he was just under 1 million. I don't I think if I sat down and spoke with him, maybe he would be like, well, okay, he might be saying it in private that it's not real, but because people might,
Sure.
especially on his level, might have a different persona on air than in private. He he also, when I made the Ganesh thing, when I started to link pieces together, saying that Ganesh seems to be like a type of could it have been somebody wearing a pilot's mask? That when I showed on the ancient civilization thing, Paul King and some of the pilots with the uniform and the baggy like air suit, the helmet cap with the oxygen hose and stuff. Could it have been an ancient fighter pilot that was misinterpreted? And cargo cult like type of explanation would say, oh, this is an elephant deity. But when I add together more stuff, I think they call Ganesh the remover of obstacles. And I put in what does a pilot do? An Air Force pilot removes the obstacles for the Army to go in. So they also have some stuff in Indonesia with Ganesh. There's a Ganesh idol with him on top of like a whole bunch of human skulls, and it's called Ganesh the Destroyer. Because Hinduism had went very far into Indonesia. It seems that the whole Hindu or Sanskrit empire or Vedic empire went probably, I think, a little past Indonesia, like through into Malaysia and stuff, and then on the other end it goes up into Iran and Iraq with Baghdad, which I don't know if Azrun knows about this. Like with Baghdad sounds like it's a Hindu word. Is that
Yeah,
real?
yeah, it is. It is there's a legend actually. See, the Zoroastrians worship fire, right? That a scientist from India who was a seer, he went to Iran and taught them how to worship the fire, and they attained supernatural powers by worshiping the fire. So what Caliph Omar did was he knew that he couldn't take on the Persians head on, so he bribed the priests to get access to the fort and the other parts of the empire. And then when the corrupt priests gave in for all this, he executed all of them directly. If he confronted the Iranians in a war because of their mastery over these rituals of accessing fire correctly, they would have lost in battle. And you're right, actually, MD. The Malaysia, there was a Hindu empire, Malaysia and Indonesia, called Sri Vijaya. Sri Vijaya was started by the Pallavas. The Pallavas went from South India and conquered these places and started the Hindu kingdom of Sri Vijaya, and it got a Buddhist touch as well. And then later on, like when Arab traders came over there, many of them converted to Islam. So for a long time, Indonesia and Malaysia were predominantly Hindu. They were known as the Sri Vijaya Empire.
Can I get a comment on these ancient structures also?
Mhm.
Well, okay, I noticed one thing. You look at all the ancient structures, and we know every single race on planet Earth at one point was tribal. We all know that. Um, and you wonder, all the ancient structures seem to glorify these deities, different forms, but they're all like half man, half animal a lot of times. But so you wonder, and we don't know how they were built, like we've discussed before, the precision that was implemented. Maybe these structures weren't built by mankind. That's why they're there. But the tribal people, when they were built, they were there to worship them. Because I'm just saying, hypothetically, they're not there to glorify mankind in any way. They're there to glorify these deities.
Yeah, yeah, you're right, Mr. X, because there is a temple in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu is a state in India.
Hmm.
It's called what is the name of that place? Palani. In Palani, there's a statue that's built out of 9 poisons. It's a statue of Murugan, who's also the son of Shiva. So it was built by an immortal. I told you, right? There's this person who was 30,000 years old. He actually came over there, supervised the construction of the temple from China. He finished his job in China of spreading Taoism. So he and some Chinese disciples came back to Tamil Nadu, built this temple over there, and in this temple they had a statue that is made up of 9 types of poisons. And when you drink that, actually it enhances the strength of your immune system. So it's called Navapasanam. But when scientists tried to create the same statue with 9 types of poisons, all of it evaporated.
Look
So
at that. Okay.
yeah, all these ancient structures, I think they were built by some kind of immortal beings to glorify the cosmic
Hmm.
deities, and they used human labor, but the supervision was done by immortal beings, I feel, because human beings are not intellectually capable of doing such things on a normal level. We just make good mediums of possession, that's all.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm not sure because from what I've been researching is I don't think like I understand what Mr. X you're saying. I think there was a time that maybe most of humanity might have been tribal, but I don't think it was from being created that way. I think it was from a cataclysm that left us no choice to go into hunter gatherer uh
Yeah,
mode. So hunter gatherer is like our default mechanism. The more I look at it, especially, I've been editing like hours every day just to hopefully I got to have this book out within a few days, probably like 7 days or something. And it, from what I've been researching, it's so shocking, some of the science that's behind what I've found. I know people are going to be like, man, that's why I'm thinking I got to switch the channel back to Wisdom Radio. I had a couple other names, but I figure Wisdom Radio is the best one. Scribe thinks it's a bit dated, which he's right, but hey, if it's dated, well, hopefully people will be open-minded enough to listen to it. What Azrun is saying too, I think that humans have the capability to build some of the structures. I don't think like when we fall, because we all fall into the thought of thinking humans are like at similar levels of intelligence. I think that some humans might be at a very high level of intelligence to where either maybe they're hybrids or maybe they're streaming, like how consciousness might be streamed to the brain
Hmm.
and the brain is a receiver. Maybe there's times when we just can get a stronger signal of intelligence. And I think most of us have experienced that, where sometimes we're working on a high level of thought, and then the next minute, we're not working at that level. We find it hard to maybe solve simple stuff. So intelligence, one, I don't think it's static because even myself with writing and all of this stuff, they say that certain times of the day you're much more productive than other times. Like early in the day, editing is not as hard. Coming closer to the night, yeah, sometimes I can still do it pretty good. It depends on how I'm feeling, but your batteries get worn down. So with the ancients, what I'm thinking is we've been taught to think that they're not as smart as us, that we're smarter. But I'm thinking that maybe they could have known all of this and been much smarter. Like I was seeing something about a tribe. I don't know if it was in India, but it looked like Indians that live with the axe. They have like these primitive or these old axes. Just looks like a basic piece of metal that was fashioned into that. But they passed down. They're like one of the few tribal people that still live very much in the forest. And when they were catching fish, they were taking this this vine-like tree part, and they were chopped. They kind of it was to where you could break up, this this part of the tree that was like, say, 2 feet in length, like a little piece of a branch that was probably like about maybe about 4 inches or 5 inches in diameter. And now the vine will break in a way where it's like braided, but it's not braided together, but it's broken into strips to where it's like, you mash it up and now it's kind of strips, and it'll leak out a sap. And they would take in the sap and putting it in the water, like twisting the mashed up part of the branch, and the sap actually it stunned and kind of tranquilized the fish, and they just pulled the fish out the water. So I thought to myself, how did they know this? Now it could have come from observation.
Yes.
It could have come from somebody introducing it. I wouldn't say it was a westernized human. I would say maybe it comes from something before that. Or it could have come from like the South American tribal people when they asked them, how did you know these plants have these abilities? And when Graham Hancock said that, I think it was Graham Hancock, he said that they told him, the plants told us. So that sounds to a modern person kind of unverifiable, but in
Can I
thought,
can
yeah,
I just say something?
uh-huh,
Because
yeah.
you make a great point about man's intelligence. But here's the problem that I see. Let's just say it was created by men, these ancient structures.
Not all,
Why
not all though.
But
Yeah.
why build statues to deities? That's the thing. That's the thing. If they were the architects, if they were the brains behind everything, why would they build the Sphinx or these different deities that look half human, half animal, or they certainly don't look human? You look at Shiva with the multiple arms. I mean, it just, or the one you described before. I can't remember the name. Who looks like a pilot, the elephant deity. It's like, why would they
Ganesha.
build that? You know what I'm saying? If it was all they're doing, that's where I kind of, you know what I'm saying? It's like, why
Mhm.
worship? Why build a big statue to a deity to worship?
No, you're right.
That's yeah.
I mean, I think kind of like in the way they had us build a steam engine.
Hmm.
So we're hammering the steel, we're smelting the iron, we're drilling the fuel out of the ground for the industrial revolution. So even though we might not have had the knowledge of how to do it, once we're taught how to do it, we can be instructed like workers, even to the point of what we see today with the technology, with the genetic engineering, with the nuclear age and all of that. It makes me wonder that maybe some of these things have us build these things so we can worship them. Maybe some of them build it, like you said, for us to
Hmm.
worship. Um, Also, because I'm looking at all the possibilities that is it's saying, okay, maybe it could also be a cargo cult like effect. Like we see something, like picture if civilization right now was destroyed to the point where we had to go back to foraging and growing food, and we would still have the remnants of civilization, but it might last us a couple of 100 years, because anybody who really had the knowledge to like build certain things, they're gone. So now the kids grow up, and then their kids grow up, and hundreds of years pass, and then a few thousand years pass. So cars and buildings start to, crumble. 10,000 years pass, 50,000 years. Now you're looking at stuff that's almost unrecognizable, to where, it's kind of like those pyramids in Peru. They look like mountains, but when you look close, you're like, wait a minute, these are like small brick pyramids. I don't know if you've ever seen them. Graham Hancock was saying that they're rewriting history, basically. Like the Peruvian pyramids are very it's like it's a mystery, to see pyramids that look like mountains almost. But then you realize, wait, these are extremely old, worn down pyramids. Or maybe if they're not extremely old, they're extremely worn down. Maybe it could have been a very fast wearing down type of method. And they're on the coast, of course, I think on Peru. Now, another thing that they talked about was I think it's in Peru, on that coast, that western coast of South America, where in the sand there's a giant motif of what looks to be a trident. And they think that they're linking Hindu type deities and stuff like that to that part of Peru, saying that there could have been part of the Hindu empire that stretched as far as South America. And these videos, you can find them, on YouTube and stuff. So you have like another mystery there. Now, they also have found in Ecuador a very similar Sumerian deity, like the man bird, like holding the bag. I'm gonna see if I can find it. Ecuador, I think that's the Anunnaki. Ecuador and Sumerian Anunnaki.
Yeah, why build a man bird? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, it seems like the man bird is the one who built it.
Well, it could be that, or could it be the cargo cult type of thing? Like we see that, and this is where I was saying, thousands, 10,000 years go by, and we have stuff that was built now that can still be found, but then it gets to where it's almost oral tradition. People are resculpting stuff, and they don't know why, but they're doing it because saying, okay, we want to keep this knowledge alive. We don't know what it is. These are ancient tales.
But you find it all over the world also.
Yeah, because
and the indigenous population have no clue. Like even in England, Stonehenge, I don't think they have an answer for that, right?
Well, Stonehenge, they're saying like seems to be like it could be astronomical. They have some magnetic stuff that they've gotten off of it. There is a lot of options with that. Like, okay, this is when I look at stuff like this, it makes me wonder. Like this is the picture of, on the left is Ecuador, on the right is Mesopotamia.
Zoom in a little bit here. Yeah, that's identical. That looks identical to me. And why build half? You see what I mean? It's half man, half whatever it is, lizard or bird. I can't, it looks like a lizard on the left a little bit, but I know it's a bird. Yeah, it's definitely a bird. But why? That's the thing. It's just, why build? If it's all mankind, why build that?
And you got a really good question with why. But what I'm wondering is, the why is definitely there. But I'm saying to myself, what if this thing is real?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I definitely think it does exist.
Yeah, like say we can't answer the why. Say we're like, okay, we don't know why, or maybe this thing did the built this to have us worship it. I'm wondering, what is this thing? You know, what is this? What is this being that they're saying is the Anunnaki or something? So it's like a humanoid with hands and legs,
Hmm.
with the head of a bird and wings indicating flight, holding like the pineal gland type of thing. It's got the man bag. So we see the man bag there. But the headdress, that headdress is similar to the Greek and Roman headdress, and even the Native Americans. Like when you look at the picture that I showed of the Native American here on the left, you know, this is, you know, why are they mimicking this?
Possibly, quite possibly, yeah.
It really
MD?
makes me wonder. Varun, did you say something?
Yeah, there is a bird man god in our religion as well. It's known as Garuda. He is the vehicle for Vishnu. So he's half vulture, half human. If you want, you can check that also out and try to make a comparison with the other two pictures, MD. Garuda, actually.
Yes, I've heard of Garuda. That's the one they said is the devourer of snakes.
Yeah. He devours snakes. And the thing is, the snakes are his cousins only, actually, because they're like his half blood brothers. The thing is, there were two women, Vinita and Kadru. I think Vinita, she married a powerful saint who was a seer, like a scientist. And through her, actually, she blessed her to have two sons in the form of eggs. He said, don't crack the eggs open until the time is open, time is ripe. So once she became, curiosity got the better of her and she cracked one egg, and the child was born deformed without legs, and he became the charioteer for the sun, Adhiratha. Then after some time, after waiting for a long time, one more egg cracked and this Garuda being was born. And then after Garuda was born, actually, with the wings and the like bird like head and the human like body, from then onwards he became the enemy of the snakes. Kadru gave birth to some 100 serpents, and they were all half serpent, half human beings, actually, MD.
Okay. Yeah, no.
So they're like
Garuda.
relatives.
Well, now they also say Garuda, when you look at like, all right, if you look on the top left here on this picture, you see the bird-like being, right, with the beak and the headdress. Then you see the Native American behind it with a similar headdress, and then you see the Spartan soldier with that same type of headdress. Then the Mohawk tribe also keep their hair in that style, right? Like the Mohawk hairstyle looks very close to that. So is it that humans are mimicking this because they saw a real being? And like Mr. X pointed out, this even looks to a point like it has scales on the one on the left. Could it be a type of hybrid of a reptilian avian type of thing? And this is very like fascinating when I think about it. It's like this is it's a mystery in a way. It makes
you
me
know what?
wonder. Huh?
I was just saying, without this stream, without us talking the way we are talking, we probably wouldn't come to this conclusion. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know, I would have come to the conclusion about the Indians. So this is why it's a valuable stream here, having these
Yeah.
discussions. We're getting somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. When I had made this documentary in 2016, and I said to myself, I said, man, this, you know, we're finding where we come from, like the Lady of Elche on the bottom left, and the Hopi natives with that hairstyle is where George Lucas got the Princess Leia style.
Yes.
And in on the top, the Easter Island, and sadly enough, Easter Island, they said somebody committed some type of, like, they did some type of fire or something that destroyed a lot of stuff over there.
Jeez.
Which is, you know, it's really messed up when you think about it, like some of the stuff that yeah. And so we have that, and then now I found some more where this was a vase in the museum. Now this is made out of crystal quartz. So quartz is a 7 on the Mohs scale. Steel is a 6. But the thing is, and so you're not carving this with steel. Need something way harder. The rim, and this is another one. This is quartz. It's like this. We know a chisel is not making this. It looks like it's made on some type of rotary device, and also it's quartz with cracks in it. So if you're going to work this, you got to be on a skill level because it would crack if you touch the wrong crack, like a diamond with a flaw, you know. I found this in the Metropolitan Museum. This looks like some type of mining helmet. So we have an artifact here that's from Mexico that looks like some type of Native American wearing a mining helmet. So I'm saying to myself, like, okay, this is in the Americas, very odd. It looks like, you know, it looks like technology. Where was the other one with Ganesh? I think I might have showed this before. I don't know if you've seen the similarity in it, but to me, the angle and everything, when I put it together, it's a World War II fighter pilot and a statue of Ganesh. And the hose coming off, you know, is very similar to the trunk with the ridges. Could it be that somebody made the deity Ganesh for what they, you know, were saying, hey, this is what it looked like. I'm not saying it's an elephant, but this is what it kind of looked like. Now, in the Ganesh statue, you have an axe. Most pilots will have something to chop the rope. It's also holding a rope on the right side. This is a picture of Paul King on the left. He's a pilot from World War I. The suit that he's wearing, the flight suit, is baggy. It looks kind of like the elephant, you know, like a human, you know, a very kind of big human. The statue on the right, you see Ganesh has some type of clothing over him, baggy, similar to Paul King's outfit. But also notice the top of Ganesh's head, which, yes, the elephant does have the forehead bones like that, but it looks like the fighter pilot's goggles raised above his eyes, just like Paul King has the pilot goggles above resting on his head. Granted, he does have a thinner breathing apparatus because this is the World War I picture. World War II, they start having the thicker oxygen coming to the, you know, to feed the pilot oxygen so he doesn't pass out at higher altitudes. And let's just say the person or whoever's in this costume can't breathe air. Maybe they're being fed a different type of gas that allows them to survive. Like if we went on a foreign area, like we go underwater, we have to wear scuba, right? Self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, scuba gear. So we have that. And I'm just making observations here. This is speculation on some of the stuff that I've found. This here, and this is odd because when I found this, I said to myself in the museum, this looks like a microphone. Now, it's an Egyptian frieze with what appears to be a microphone and two things like projecting out of the microphone that look like maybe sonic projection. I found another one. So there's another one. So it's not just one, but it's two. And people in the museum, you know, of course, they're not going to know what it is.
Would it be they were passing technology down to mankind? That what these ancients?
Possibly.
That's what they're demonstrating there. Because like you have that one picture where you show the little person on the what's that called where they mold clay? I can't remember the name of it, but and you have a person there and two large giant deities. I think in the Egyptian one of the Egyptian pictures that we have of the hieroglyphs that are on there. Maybe that's what it's representing, the technology they pass on to mankind, that fighter jet pilot and this, and you know, you see those little planes from the Mayans, they look like little airplanes. Maybe it was technology that they were passing down to humankind. That's what they're representing here.
Mhm. I think clearly they're passing down I think that's where we get our technology from.
Mhm.
I don't think humans actually developed most of it. Now, we can be guided, and we already see that we can further it and stuff like that. But as far as inventing it, to say that somebody just, came from an ape and learned how to smelt metal to make a sword is just doesn't make sense to me. One guy told me, he goes, the reason he doesn't believe the evolution fairy tale is that he says, you want me to believe everything I see in this world right now goes back to a blacksmith? And I was like, that's a very good point. So yeah.
MD,
Yeah.
the thing is, they said that mankind and the apes, they had a common ancestor 6-7 million years ago who died, and that's how we evolved. But I'm trying my level best to see if there are any fossils or bones of this common ancestor. I'm not able to find anything on this common ancestor, how we look like, nothing actually. So how did they come up with such a conclusion if there's no proof only about it, MD?
Well, the reason they say that is because they want to create a false hierarchy, saying that some people are closer to animals than others, to keep us divided. Now, when you look at, and I've said this before, with the Europe and Asia type of thing, and Europe is not a continent; it is a part of Asia. And India, they try to say India is a subcontinent, which India is part of Asia. If you look at the map, India is connected to Asia.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have the map still here, but when we look at it, yeah, right here. So you see India is below the red in the middle. It's part of Asia. It's not a subcontinent. But when you have people that want to refer to you as a subhuman, and they can't openly say that, the next best thing to say is the subcontinent. Now we know Indians, there are very, very dark Indians, black-skinned Indians, almost black skins, with very, very, very dark brown to where it gives the appearance of black. Now that's the only people on the Asian continent that have that shade of color, even though they have very straight noses, very straight hair, very similar to Germans. They look like Germans that have black skin. Actually, they used to be called dark-skinned Caucasians. But the prejudice of whether this thing is human, whether or not, it's definitely pushed by the British, the evolution thing. This, to me, is why they would call Indian a subcontinent, because they want people to look at them as less than human. They don't want them to be part of the same continent that they're part of, which is Western Asia, and they try to rename that as Europe as a different continent. Where else do we see the word sub? We see sub-Saharan Africa. Now, sub-Saharan Africa, if you really look at it in this map here, below the red part on Africa is Central Africa. That's not sub-Saharan, that's central. But again, you have dark-skinned people that are very different looking. And like you were saying, when they say that, oh, there's this common ape ancestor, it's to dehumanize certain people. Because when I show the evolution charts, they try to say, and Mr. X and I saw this, we analyzed it too, it's trying to put certain people at the top with lighter skin and other people with darker skin at the bottom, closer to apes. And Hitler and other monsters like that have openly purported that not only are people, this is them saying this, and even a lot of so-called pseudo scholars from 1800s, 1900s, were trying to say that, oh, the darker skinned people is closer to apes. Now they're saying this. This is, not me. This is me repeating what they're saying. And they're closer to apes, but then you have these humans in between, these almost humans that are lighter brown, maybe kind of reddish, like Native American, they call the red man, maybe a hue of more of a yellowish color, like some Orientals, which is just a different type of melanin that are allowing these colors. And then you have the ones without that are very like light skin, paler, pinker colored, even beige. And they say the top ones are the beige, right? But then you have all these other ones in between, and then you have the dark one close to what they would show the ape as the common ancestor, the lie of the common ancestor, which of course there's no proof, there's nothing of this. There's actually a lot of proof to show that they tried to lie to falsify it. So they use that to say that these people are closer to the ape than they are to humans. And this gives them a type of feeling to where they can get other people to say, oh yeah, you see, this is why it's not wrong to do these bad things to these people, like enslavement, theft. Look at what happened during the Victorian Holocaust in India with the starving of 30 million people from 1870 to like 1900. A lot of Indians left and went to the Caribbean, so many so that they call it the West Indies today. I don't know if you've ever heard that term.
Yeah.
So the West Indies and the Caribbean, the Indian people from Indian descent that are in Trinidad, Guyana, Jamaica, and some of the other islands come because of the Victorian Holocaust. Indians also went to Australia, which you still see that population there today, because around that time too, they were sending their, poor English there as a penal colony. So they changed the laws in Britain to where if you steal a loaf of bread to eat, it's either you go to the dungeon or you get on the ship to go to Australia. And what did they use them in Australia to do? To kill off the Aborigines, which they had already classified as subhuman, and they tried to classify them as the missing link. They tried to actually call them the common ape ancestor type of half man. I mean, it was horrible. And anybody can look this up. It's documented historical facts of what was done. Now, this is saying nothing bad about people. This is saying, I'm stating facts, because you have good people of all colors and you have bad people of all colors too. So it's not to say that dark people are all going to be good or light people are all going to be good. No, you have people in these groups that are not good, and you have people in there that are good. And that's the interesting part, because it forces us to think. And this is why when I see people, like especially a lot of groups in America here that become pro this or pro that, I look at it like a mental disease, that racism is a mental disease. Now, this whole premise that you say, okay, we don't see proof of this. This is how they created the myth of race. They said, okay, these people are from the Caucasoid race. The other people are from Mongoloid race, which is totally fake. It's not science. It's a lie, disguised as science. So if a person isn't smart enough or thinking, they'll actually believe this. They'll actually believe that a baboon can turn into an ape, and that can turn into a chimpanzee, and it's ridiculous, because when you analyze the structure, you see that this is not true. It just doesn't happen. Now, if it did happen, I would say, okay, let me look at the science and study it. Like, oh, wow, but it doesn't. And in the midst of finding out that it doesn't happen, I see these scientists, these pseudoscientists that are paid to stay in these churches disguised as universities that continue to push this lie, continue to push it. Now, to help them push that lie at first in the late 1800s, because some scientists were honest and they said, look, this is not scientific. It was the Anglican preachers from England that supported them because of their prejudice, like Charles Kingsley, who called Irish people, Charles Kingsley called them white chimpanzees. And he said in his letter to the missus, it wouldn't hurt him as much if their skin was dark, but their skin is white like theirs. So they were even making a hierarchy like that. And this allowed them to starve 2 to 3 million Irish people during the potato famine.
Yeah.
And say, well, it's just evolution. You see, it's so like horrible. Hitler, there's speeches of Hitler talking about this too. Black Circle, I got to thank him for sending me that documentary. I think I sent it to you on that email, Mr. X, if you check it.
Yeah, it's on my other email because I'm gonna look at it. Yeah.
Yeah, I sent it the other day. He is saying, now this is how bad it got with the Hitler thing. He's saying in a speech that the lowest German worker is higher than the highest Ukrainian. Because remember, Hitler was in cahoots with Lenin and Stalin, and Kiev was called Leningrad. And I think it was Moscow or St. Petersburg was called Stalingrad, because these monsters wanted to name cities after them, saying that people were lower and higher. Now, Hitler went as far as to say like the Russians and all of them were even lower. He said Poles and Czechs were lower. Now, this is them comparing themselves to other people that look very close to what they look like. You couldn't tell the difference if you didn't know between a Polish person and a German and a Czechoslovakian, and even some Russians and even some Hungarians. You'd say, okay, these people look pretty similar. Now, you might see a difference when you compare them to an Italian or to an Irishman who has red hair and freckles sometimes, or to an Englishman. Maybe they could be similar, but there are many differences in England. The Scottish look a little different from the English. So there's differences there. Now, if you look at, but if you look at them compared to the Czechs and the Poles, they're very similar. So it's like a religion, a pseudoscientific religion of hatred. That's what the theory of evolution brings in. And studying it, the problem is you have these preachers now that'll come out with excellent stuff that refutes the scientific lie that they try to push, the pseudoscientific lie. They refute it with real science, but then they'll say something totally unscientific by saying the book that they worship, their deity, is 100% correct. Now, we know that's not true. And this is nothing against any religion. This is telling people that, listen, there's no book that can tell you how to live. And Mr. X pointed this out excellently on a previous stream. The creator of everything we see, existence itself, is not going to be found in a building. You know, do you really think that some type of great spiritual force or the creator, because the Native Americans had a difference between the creator and the great spirit. So maybe what created the physical body was a physical being like us, not exactly like us, but something physical. And then maybe something non-physical, the spirit or the consciousness that we have, is added to that. Now, there's Egyptian legends about that, the potter's wheel of Khnum, and then putting in the soul body. So they create the physical clay body, putting in the soul body. So there's other, I would think that in Hinduism, from what I've learned, is that because I have family members that you know, from many different faiths, and relatives, blood relatives. And so I've learned a lot about this since I was young. I mean, in Queens, in Brooklyn, I mean, they got enough Indians there to remake the movie Gandhi. So they they have a legend of I forgot the name of the deity that used clay pots to clone, I think, like one of the deities, the female deities' babies or something like that. I got to look it up again. I don't know if you know the legend, because I know you're very well versed in Hinduism.
Yeah, I forgot this, MD. I
Okay.
forgot it.
Okay, so
Uh,
I'll find it again, because there's some guys, I'm hoping I saved it. They have some really good stuff about this, where they show ancient cloning from well, matter of fact, let me see if I can look it up here. Ancient cloning in India deities. The demon Rakta Raktabija,
Rakta Bija.
okay, duplicates from his blood the Rubhus, cloning animals and rejuvenating parents, Kunti conceiving sons via mantras, or Gandhari's 100 sons from a single embryo. That's the one.
Yeah.
Gandhari's 100 sons from a single embryo, suggesting ancient understandings of replication or advanced biological concepts beyond simple mythology through not direct modern cloning. So now, when we have stuff like this that can be pulled up and verified, and there's actual text of this from India, it's showing us that there was like maybe hybrid human and something that's more than human, that is using technology to create clones and stuff. Where else do we see this? Is there any confirmation in another culture? Yes, in Greece, Heracles, which is the real name, is a product of a goddess and a human, right? I think it was Athena, I think, Zeus's wife. I'm not sure if I remember correctly, and a human created Heracles. If you look at other cultures, they have these myths of demigods, they would call them. So it's not a god and it's not a human, it's kind of in between. Gilgamesh, right, was supposedly one of them. Enkidu, with more of an animal part to him as well. So as we look at this, these things have us looking and thinking that we are much more than what we are told that we are, because you have to keep us under control. They'll say, well, you know, we come from monkeys and all of this, and there's it's not that there's no proof of it, is that there's no proof of it, but then there's also lies that have been uncovered trying to tell us, look, this is proof. Piltdown Man was a lie, trying to say, look, this is the missing link. And again, it goes so deceptive that the word missing link is a deception, because it's saying that it exists. I mean, these people are very highly skilled with using language to manipulate people. When they call murder ethnic cleansing, I mean, that just tells you the level of manipulation that they have on people. Ethnic, just using the word cleansing in a phrase that refers to mass murder, because ethnic cleansing is not just a single atrocity. It's a multiple. It's a entire group of people. It's horrible. When Milan, I think his name is Sladosevic or something like that.
Miloslav Slobodan.
Yeah, and he was doing it to people in Slovenia or something around there, or
Serbia.
Serbia, right?
Yeah.
They called it ethnic cleansing. When they do it in other, and really, when you look at it, you say, oh, you mean murder? You mean genocide? You see, what Hitler was trying to do, what Mao Zedong, what Pol Pot, what Stalin was doing. So we see this like a repeated thing. And humans, now I start to wonder, I say, what the heck is wrong with humans that nobody's seeing this? So that is what the lie of evolution pushes. But we know as we studied further, we start to see, and it's not to say that it's just the Hindu thing, because somebody would say, oh, well, that's just the Hindu thing. No, the Greeks talk about some very similar thing, and the Romans. So when you look at Roman, Greek, and Hindu, they have a pantheon of gods and goddesses. That's the key too. It's not just gods, it's goddesses as well. So you have Zeus and his consort. You have in the Trimurti of Hinduism, it's is it Brahma and Parvati, I think?
No, Brahma, Saraswati, Vishnu, Lakshmi, and Shiva, Parvati.
Okay. Now, I thought Shiva's wife was Kali, no?
That is Mahakala's wife is Mahakali.
Okay, so
It's an emanation of Shiva and Parvati.
okay, so they have their female counterpart basically.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And this is amazing.
MD,
Mhm.
I've read Mein Kampf, and do you think Mein Kampf is just nothing but it's filled with egotistical ranting and half-baked racial theories to justify Hitler's like weird ideas? Because he would say that the Jews don't have the right to exist, but he hired Jews in Finland actually to fight against the Russians in World War II. He hired Indians because Subhash Chandra Bose was desperate to seek allies to fight against the British. So Indians are not Aryans, and he hired even Africans as well in the African Corps to fight against the British. He hired even Tatar Muslims and Russian Cossacks in his army. So you can look at the hypocrisy over there itself from Hitler, because if he said the Aryans were so superior, why would he need people from other races to fight his wars, MD?
Because he's a liar, and that he is using people to push his agenda of saying that people are less than human, which we know that it's not true. Jewish people are people just like the rest of us. Judaism is a religion, but they try to twist it into a race so they can commit these atrocities. And this shows us, it gives us a good example of just how stupid people can be. You know, if they follow this type of rhetoric, and the only thing that can change that is us having conversations like this. Mr. X-Man, thank you for the support, brother.
Oh,
I appreciate it,
absolutely.
man.
But can I just comment on? Okay, you
Mhm.
mentioned Hitler, so
Yeah, yeah.
because what's always bothered me about him was, if you notice, they almost give him like a godlike status. You know, like he was behind the whole thing, and I don't buy that for 1 second. Because number one, after World War I, Germany was broke. Germany was destroyed economically. Somebody financed the army. They can't turn things around the way they did. They had to get financial backing. So all I'm saying is there's more to the story than what we've been told. It just
Oh,
doesn't come
much
to
more,
one guy in hatred. You know what I mean? It's
much
bigger than
more,
that. Yeah.
much more. And this is part of it. Part of it is one of the funders of Hitler was Prescott Bush.
Hmm.
He was sending money. Another one, which was a little shocking, was Joe Kennedy. So
Yeah.
John F. Kennedy's father was funding Hitler.
And what about
And
Henry Ford? Didn't he involve in that?
Henry Ford. So when we look at certain Americans, now this is basically treason to be doing that. Coca-Cola changed their name to Fanta. Fanta soda is the Nazi version of Coca-Cola. Also, there was, like you said, there was hidden forces behind that probably did a lot more of the funding
Right.
for Hitler that made him seem, like you said, put him to that status to where they would say, oh, it's just Hitler.
Yes.
Now, those guys are still, we can't find that, but we know they exist. We know they had to exist. We say,
Right.
where did this funding come from? Another thing, as Varun mentioned, that he had Jewish people in the Third Reich. This is documented. But the
It
thing that
is.
people forget is that Hitler was Jewish.
Yeah,
Hitler,
his father.
or his mother, his grandmother's name
really?
was, I think, Scheckelberger or Scheckelgruber or something like that.
Mhm.
Anybody can look it up. So when you look at that, and this tells me a lot about the ignorance of people. You have a guy with black hair that is telling people that the so-called master race has blonde hair. And it just, I mean, a common sense would be like, wait a minute, something's wrong here.
Yeah.
And then when you look at America, the fact that, you know, when they talk about, oh, master race and stuff, and when you look in the pictures and you see that there are many blonde hair, like the second guy on the right side at the bottom, he's a blonde guy.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, you see a lot of blonde people. Susanna Turner, the young girl who was sold into slavery to the cotton mill at 8 years old, was a blonde young girl, an American blonde young girl in the early 1900s. I think it was like 1906 or something.
Mhm.
Horrible, horrible stuff with child labor. So it shows me that it's all it's all like a ruse, a lie to get
Yes.
people to hurt each other. And it makes me wonder, do these things, whether they be demonic, some type of spiritual thing, some
Mhm.
type of physical and spiritual, do they do this so they can pull some type of energy off of the death and the
Yes.
fear and the hatred, these emotions that we know are not good? We know this. We say to ourselves, like, we can see somebody that could come on a stream and just be very, very hateful. Like I heard there was a guy on the stream, Brave, and he's a cool guy, but you know, there's some things that he says, like he pushes it to the point where you think, man, okay, he's never left the country and barely left his state. And I think he has the potential to be a really good person, but maybe the stuff that he grew up in the 40s and the 50s, it got so embedded into him. And then seeing the crazy behavior that you see on the internet that they show all the time of certain people's, influences him into a type of behavior that is borderline a mental affliction.
Mhm.
And like somebody brought up, okay, yeah, a lot of inner city people that are black are ending each other with weapons. And then somebody else retaliated or responded with, well, the majority, 70 something percent of white males are the perpetrators of child pictures and stuff like that. We know what that is, the PDF file thing. And I think he had a comment like, well, they don't make the pictures, they don't make the corn. And I'm saying, okay, he doesn't realize the ignorance in that statement. That's like people who are ending people with weapons in Chicago or these inner city uh, things. It's like them saying, well, we don't make the guns, but you know what I'm saying? But you're using them to commit the crimes. So that's like somebody saying, well, we don't make the corn. Well, it's like, what are you, crazy? You're using that. So it's the same thing for the person to say that they don't make the corn, to try to dismiss the amount of these males that, you know, that he could fall into that category, not saying he's one of them, to try to use that as an excuse is just as like ludicrous or ridiculous as of the black person saying, well, we don't make the guns. So, so in other words, you're trying to blame the weapons manufacturer for your action against your fellow brother or sister, which we're all related. We're all brothers and sisters. And that's the problem that I think a lot of these people have, is that we are just one big dysfunctional family. the human family. And whether we like it or not, we're related to each other. And that's what the Human Origin book is going to really show some very amazing science to say it seems that we were created. The evidence is pointing toward that clearly. It also points toward people trying to manipulate us into thinking that we are nothing but materialistic, which, Michael Cremo, I think he's a Hare Krishna. Him and Richard Thompson passed, but is there, what is the big difference, being that you're here, Azarun? What is the big difference between a Hare Krishna and a Hindu? Is it similar, or is it like different factions of Hinduism?
It's a different faction of the Vedic religion. Actually, Hindu, it came from, it's a Persian word it's a corruption of the Persian word called Sindh. So when the Arabs came to Sindh, there were some Persians also with them. So it became Hind actually. So it should not be Hind, it's Sanatana Dharma actually, or it's the Vedic religion. Hare Krishna, the problem is that they're slightly like bigoted. They think that only Krishna is the right being, all other gods are demigods. So they shun the worship of all the other gods. But I am a Shaivite actually, and we're more broad minded and we accept the worship of all gods. So it's just a sect in the Vedic religion, but they're a bit bigoted actually. It's part of the ISKCON movement. ISKCON, the problem is they only consider worshipping Krishna as the right thing, and all other gods are demigods. So they said that you shouldn't worship any other god other than Krishna, and Krishna is the only supreme being. So Krishna is a good god, but neglecting all the other gods is actually also wrong. So there is some friction over there with regards to their beliefs and the rest of the Sanatana Dharma beliefs. Hind is actually, there was no Hind actually. Hindu is what the Islamic invaders gave us. It's like in their language, it means that we're cheats, rogues, and murderers and non-believers. Actually, it's supposed to be Sanatana Dharma, or the Vedic religion. So there was no Hind actually. It came later on with these people, and the Hare Krishna, Hare Rama movement is just part of the Vedic religion. It's just one of the paths. There are many, countless paths actually, but all of them lead back to a monotheistic God called Parabrahma or Yahweh or Jehovah. You have to go and merge with that. The deity will come and give you some attributes to pay back all your karmic debts, and it'll take you back to the one true God. So the one true God, even in our religion, is formless actually.
Okay, so, and you were saying it's called Sanatana, what is it again?
Sanatana Dharma or Vedic religion.
Sanatana Dharma?
Dharma.
Dharma. Okay,
Yeah.
so how do you say the first part? Sanatana?
Sanatana.
Okay, Sanatana Dharma.
Yeah.
Okay, Sanatana Dharma. And that is what they mislabeled Hindu.
Yeah, the Islamic invaders.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We had showed some of that. And really what it is also I've noticed is that a lot of, because I had showed this in the map, this is this one here, actually, all the red shows where Islamic invasion had taken place.
Yeah.
And I showed it even in this one close up here. And then I also showed with India, what the dark green is Muslim population, the light green is, less than 1%. And this is not to say nothing against, because there are good people in all religions. And a lot, I have some friends from Pakistan, Afghanistan, very good friends. But we have conversations about this, and it's hard to tell them that, look, especially from Afghanistan and Pakistan, they are the product. Their great grandmothers were graped by Islamic invaders. So they're a product of that. And, Urdu, I think, is a combination of the Hindu language and Arabic.
Persian.
And Persian.
Arabic, Persian, and Devangiri script, mixture of all three.
Okay, so so this is very important to let people know. It's like these are our brothers and sisters that have been corrupted in many ways. And we just want to point out, look, if they would see that, maybe they would shake off the spell. Like there is a group of in America called ex-Muslims of North America, and there's a girl. She was from Pakistan. Her parents are Pakistani, and she's now an atheist. That's the sad thing, because she was so traumatized from her imposed religion that she became atheist, because her parents, even though they were Muslim, they were very open-minded to say, look, we want to let you choose. If you want to be religious, fine. And I think they must have came to America, and they have this movement. And she made a very good point. She said that she does not want her parents or anybody to be persecuted. She just wants to have the freedom to not be religious. And she made a comment. She was interviewed by Trigonometry, a channel, pretty big channel, almost 1 million subscribers, and a few other ones. And she said that in her view, Islam destroys cultures. They don't have a culture. They come into other cultures. And she said a good thing of this is when you look at India. She goes, if you look over at India, that's culture. That culture. When you see the fact that they try to take some of the destroy temples and stuff like that, that shows you right there the guilt. That shows you that it's built on a lie. When you look at Egypt and look at all of the chiseling away of hieroglyphs done by the Turks from the Ottoman Empire and other people, you start to see that's fear, that's afraid. In Afghanistan, where they're cutting off the faces of the Buddha carved into the mountain, that's who knows how many thousands of years old. It shows you a state of mind control that religion can put our brothers and sisters into. The same thing with other religions, and even Hindus themselves. That all religion have good and bad. I mean, when you look at the way some of them treat other Hindus, it's horrible from what I've seen. Yeah. So there's something, and I think this could be part of these deities. Again, you have good deities and you have bad deities, and that's one thing that I like about Hinduism and the Greek pantheon and the Roman pantheon, because they're very honest about saying, look, it's not all roses and happiness. You have some very powerful deities that are bad, and you have some that are good. And I don't know, but in Hinduism, are there any that are just neutral?
I'm
Just good and bad.
wait, let me try to think about this. Generally, what happens is that there are two types of beings. Like asuras are also like demigods, but they're evil demigods, they're demonic. Then you have the devas, but the asuras are always greedy and they're plotting continuously for control of the universe. So when they do penance, the one of the beings like Brahma or Shiva or Devi has to come and give them boons for what they've done. They'll sit in one place for 1,000 years. The penance will be so strong that then with their mind power, they'll be able to shake the universe itself. People won't be able to breathe. Then out of necessary to pacify them, they will give them boons. Then these demonic gods will start misusing the power that they've accumulated. And in most cases, generally, Vishnu doesn't give boons to demonic beings. Except for Bali, he's not given much to demons. He has to take an incarnation to destroy the demons. So it's all interconnected, MD. It's like if you read Hinduism, again, the demons and the devas are cousins actually, but they both keep vying for power. But devas are sane. But human beings, out of greed, they worship these demonic beings called asuras, who like to experiment on human beings, who are not good, who are cruel and ruthless. In the end, they may get some temporary materialistic benefit, but in the end, they regret worshipping them. It's always like a path to ruin ultimately in the end. I think that's what Hitler did. I had that book, Hitler and His God. He did some Tibetan rituals at first. Then it was too slow. Then he went and met Dietrich Eckart. Dietrich Eckart made him go through some satanic, demonic practices. After that, he was never satisfied with normal sex. He wanted sadistic sex, where Eva Braun would whip him all the time.
Mhm.
And it made him so strange that it opened a portal to meeting another demonic being who would give him instructions as to when to invade, what to do, and what not. That demonic being would wear a silver helmet and come to him. It was an asura, actually. So
Mhm.
the Sri Aurobindo, he's mentioned actually how Hitler actually had connections with the demonic being, and when the Führer died, Hitler died, all the German army men were relieved, like they were all happy that he had died. And he had some strange power, like if you had a fever or something like that, and he would shake your hand, you would
Mhm.
automatically get cured. And when he would make speeches, people would be zombified and listen to him, despite all that rhetoric being nonsense. So
Mhm.
he had some kind of strong backing from a demonic being, but in the end, it only caused ruin and destruction. And that's what happens when you worship these beings for power and wealth. It'll go well in the beginning, but it always ends up in a bad way. Even certain types of spirits like Karna Pishachini or whatever, if you go to the graveyard and harness it, it will be able to give you the power to tell what happens to the person in the past, and it'll even bless you to get anything that you want. But let's say it gives you that blessing, attain whatever you desire, and if you're not able to digest that blessing, it will lead to ruin. So dealing with spirits and demonic beings, the other evil gods, it's mostly it's got its pitfalls. If you do everything
Mhm.
for a selfish reason, or for gains that are only going to promote yourself, it always leads to ruin ultimately in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it always ends up as MD.
Yeah. No, you're right. There is no goodness when you worship evil. You can't, especially for greed, like, and lust and these other things. And it's sad because I look at all people, and all life is connected, but when I look at my good friends that are I don't know how to really even go deep into the conversation because I care for them. And the religion has they were born into this to where that's all they know. And I try to let them know, like, look, it's deeper, it goes more. Religion is just the surface. We are we we, we are born without religion. It is imposed on us, so hopefully that people will see this and say, when I did the last stream, and I was basically trying to let people know, look, there's a genocide basically going on in Sudan. And why is it that, if people really cared, like they talk about the whole Palestine thing, why is it that they're not caring about Sudan? You have many more time people that are getting ended over there than is what happening in Palestine. And there's not a word that they're saying. So is it that they don't care about those Muslim people? Mr. X, you had something?
No, no, I'm just. Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Mhm.
Okay, just making sure
Uh,
because the call
Yeah.
came through and I didn't. I don't know if I
Mhm.
lost connection.
Yeah, yeah.
no,
Yeah,
no,
so, and I'm saying it as a caring for these people to say, look, we're all related, but it shows me how it's kind of a psyop because they're saying, well, these people you should care, and you have to say, let's free this area or whatever, but nothing about the people in Sudan. And it's like they're fleeing, and they're half of the people, it's the same religion attacking each other. And I'm saying, well, where's the care for those people? And in the middle of that, they're ending tribal people too, and the tribal people are just happen to be there. So they kind of fall into the Native American category, where they're being persecuted just for being in the spot. And it's horrific, it's horrible. But this is where I see that the whole like a lot of the stuff in the Middle East, they try to use it as a kind of victim type of thing. Now, I'm not saying things aren't happening. I'm just saying that why aren't they caring about these other places? So it kind of makes me you see the double standard there. um it's like a news thing. It's like, if you're going to care, well, care. Don't just care about some people. Say, okay, and it kind of calls out a lot of problems. Like when I showed the map of these areas in Africa and how it's been very, very much colonized. We see it throughout the whole, this part of the world in red, and we start to say to ourselves, what kind of mind control? Religion has a very strong control over the person's mind that is in already an extreme position. Like Nietzsche said, nobody ever converts to a religion. You have to be sick enough to accept it. And I think about that statement a lot, because I'm saying, wow, that's pretty deep, because a lot of people I love and care about are religious. And even Mr. X and I know this very well. The at least the religious people admit they're religious. The atheists are like the
Right.
most lost. They are so lost because they don't think they're religious, and they're religious.
Yes.
Yeah.
They're
The,
more religious.
the strange thing about atheists, MD, is they're frustrated when they see a lot of evil. This is the weird contradiction about them, MD. They're frustrated when they see a lot of evil, and they wish the world was a righteous place. But if they're
Yeah.
atheists, why should you be concerned about good and evil, and why should you be concerned about a God that's not doing anything? I mean, you should just be convenience oriented. The reason why they become atheists is because they can't stand the amount of evil that's present in their lives and in the world, and that
Mhm.
turns them towards atheism actually. But they shouldn't be bothered about this morality if they're atheists. See, atheists think that there's no heaven or hell. That's their belief, and they won't be judged when they die, right? So since nothing is going to happen, why be bothered about good and evil? But yet they fight a lot for human rights and whatever is good and whatnot. It is a religion, MD. They're just frustrated people, that's all.
And they're not consistent either, because good and
Yeah.
evil would be nothing more than a taste.
Yeah.
That's all it would be, Hitler has his taste, Mother Teresa has her taste. It's just nobody's right, nobody's wrong. It's all naturalistic. There's no spiritual, there's no value to human life. We're just a cosmic accident. Of course, it doesn't make sense, and nobody lives in that reality. That's not the reality we live in. We live in a reality where we see evil and we were disgusted by it. So that's
Mhm.
reality.
Yeah.
It's not a taste.
Yeah,
We don't
absolutely.
live that out. So just be consistent with your beliefs. That's all I'm trying to say, because my problem with atheism is you're not in reality. You're taking a position based on your disgust with religion, which I'm not here to defend either, because there is a lot of religion that majority of that I don't agree with, but even if all religions were false, they all taught the wrong aspect, or none of it, what they said was correct, it still doesn't prove that there's non-existence of a mind outside the human mind that created all this. You can
Exactly.
call it whatever you like, but let's just call it a mind to keep it neutral.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's a very good point to bring up, because I think it actually stumps a lot of atheists. Like the people that try to say,
Mhm.
well, it just evolved from nothing. And they don't know, like Bama, he didn't know how to answer that. Like he was like, it's like, wait a minute, how can a mind come from no mind? And when he
Yeah.
said the pregnant woman, it just showed me how lost he was. It's like, wait a minute, the,
Mhm.
the woman has a mind and she's giving birth to a child. I don't think you're understanding the question. Maybe it just,
Yeah.
um,
And it really had to do with the evolutionary process itself, the
yeah.
origins of all of humanity.
Hmm.
If it's a mindless process, why would beings with minds come into play? Why would they evolve into beings with minds? It makes no sense logically.
Exactly. Exactly. And that's why the atheists are the most lost with their
Mhm.
religion of evolution, that because they don't even know they're religious, so it's like, holy smokes. It's like they will battle. And like Azroon said, it's like, well, if you don't believe that there's a good and evil thing, then why are you worried about justice and goodness for? And because
Yeah.
it's a contradiction. It's
And if
like,
I lived on an island with a bunch of Jeffrey Dahmers or Ted Bundys, our I could pass a law that says murder is punishable, and we'll vote on it. We'll vote on this law. I'd lose that vote. They'd all vote in favor of murder. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So does that
Yeah.
make it right?
No.
Because if it's not right, still, then there must be some mind outside the human mind that to decide what's
Exactly.
right and wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And they say that if it doesn't matter, if everybody's wrong, that doesn't make it right. You know, if
exactly.
the majority believes it, no, it just and that's what I noticed the herd mentality falls into that. And that was a big part, like we know with the Hitler thing, he didn't kill all those people. He was definitely an orchestrated part of it, but
Hmm.
it was like how Varun was saying that the mind control that he was able to put on people with the
Yes.
speeches and with these other things and the propaganda, and then like you were saying, the people that were behind the scenes that were funding him, that was basically marketing Hitler.
Hmm.
Hitler was, you know, he's so marketed today. It boggles the mind when you think about the fact that it's illegal to fly a Hitler swastika type thing, but in America, people are marching in parades with it. And I'm not saying that people, you know, I think there's a point when maybe certain things shouldn't be illegal because really it allows the person to show their true colors.
Exactly. Thank
So,
you.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? So to me, it would make sense. It's like, no, say what you want to say because I want to know where you're really at. We're not going to persecute you for it, but we're going to know who you are. And we're going to say, okay, now you already stated that. And I think Voltaire said it best. He said, shame can teach people a lot. Like when you say, you know, some people will say, you know, I try to keep the stream clean. I've always kept it clean of the N word. And and you know, I tell people, why would you want to say it? Why would you want to say it to each other?
It doesn't
Um,
even serve a purpose. There's no
yeah,
purpose behind it, per se.
exactly. And I have a good friend. I've known him for 30 years. He owned a barbershop. He's a black man who is a Christian. He lives his life in like a Christian like way because he says he's not a Christian, but he lives Christian like. So he doesn't curse, he doesn't do certain things. Actually, he lives kind of more Christian than most Christians. And because you'll see Christians doing things, it's just like, wait a minute, I thought you were, you know, religious. And he I mentioned that to him about the word, and he was like, yeah, man. He said it's like somebody calling themselves stupid over and over again. He said it's very derogatory. And I said, yeah, man. I said I try to keep it, you know, off the show, but of course some of those guys would still say it, they'd slip and all of that. And I'm like, well, you know, it's like a woman degrading herself, calling herself the B word, or, you know, a promiscuous type of word. And yeah, it's like our behavior, that's what it really matters. That there was like a special where this guy, I think he works for some type of spiritual network, and he was saying, he goes, our behavior matters so much, and the greatest thing about it is we can change it. So we can change bad behavior with a choice. Simple as that. A thought can say, hey, you know what? I'm going to act in a better manner. I'm going to treat people better. I'm going to love more. Like if I think back, if I could go back to when we were younger in the 80s and 90s, I would love people more. I would be such a better person. I was a
Hmm.
decent, good person anyway. I didn't commit atrocities and stuff, but I would live and love more. So when I look at that now, I remember to myself, well, why don't I do it now? You know, if I
It's
could do
true.
that, right? So I figure, okay, that right there makes me feel like a better person to say, I, if I get the chance again, which would be beautiful, with knowledge, of course, to know,
Hmm.
and not saying that I want the knowledge to win lotto and all of that. No, just the knowledge of knowing what I had. Most of the people have passed because, you know, they were older. And I think back to how I even look at my younger cousins and nieces and nephews and stuff, and I see how they're just floating through existence, you know, not really they're not doing anything bad, but it's like, hey, you know what? Every moment is a precious moment. I think maybe that's why they call it the present. And the present, that beautiful gift that we have, that beautiful present is so valuable. When I go back and I think of the 80s, even the hardships that were there during the inflation of Reagan and everybody, it was still, it was a time where I say, man, I would love to go back and just love more and just say, hey, you know what? This is beautiful. I appreciate it more. Maybe I'm seeing that now, you know, to say,
Well, that's called life experience, and that's a branch of knowledge that can only be gained through time.
yeah,
Yeah, how people discount life experience, but it's a valid branch of knowledge. You can't learn it, you got to live it.
wow, yeah, you're right about that, man. And I think about it every day. I think about it. I look at it like, wow. And that's why I figure working on this book, you know, I did put the zombie spectrum out on that live stream, and I'm going to put um the first three chapters. The first one comes out to where I'm like, you know, it's great. It tells the scenario in the zombie thing. And then the other two, my friend, she read it, and my other friend Steve read it. He said by the third it gets a little redundant, and that was mental shields. And I said, yeah, I said it's getting tough to to write this in the zombie movie type of way. I said I should
Mhm.
have kept it more analytical, like with the okay, the mental shields, and then defining it let me create the vision, and then the vision lets me see the zombie spectrum to chart it, and then that lets me see okay, where did they come from? Fantasy Island. And then deeper into Fantasy Island, when they're totally unreachable, is Fairyland, which is a personal little neighborhood in Fantasy Island. And then basically it's the classification of zombies after that. So it's not a lot. It's just basically it gets, some of it is technical, some of it is like, okay, we're in the movie of the zombie. Everybody, you know, and we already know this from, you got to be careful. Once you see the political zombies, it's like we see how they can get. Uh,
Yeah,
you know, I have to put my mental shields up. I have to, because if you say the wrong thing, they're trying to eat the thoughts right out of your head. And
sure.
oh, this is why you should be like them. It
Go with
just,
a Trump hat in some neighborhoods and you'll get attacked.
yeah, exactly. And
That's sad.
Timbo, yeah, oh, they will. They will really. The political zombies are crazy. Timbo
Yeah.
says the N word is magical. You're right. Literally, some spells work better than others, and it's an effective one. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. The it is such a spell. The N word for women, the B word, the H word. You know, not that guy says what ticks me off the most of the sports are you. So I tell you, man, I was kind of, you know, because MMA is a sport, so I was part sports zombie, and you know,
Nothing wrong with that.
yeah, everybody, you know, we have a bit of zombie in us, and that's okay. I mean,
But if you admit it, then you can't be
yes,
controlled by it.
exactly. The ones who the most zombified say they're not zombified. You
Exactly.
know, they're like, oh, you're not zombie. It's like, come on, man. Everybody's got a little zombie. I ate a little bit of chips. That's, you know, I know that's zombie food. And I'm addicted to certain chips. You know, at least I
Mhm.
didn't buy the potato chips. I said, let me just get the corn chips, you know, with a little salt. And you know, it used to eat them. You know, I know something when I eat something and I feel a little guilty, I'm just like, man, just the zombie thing. But Azroon, you had something, or I
Yeah,
didn't.
yeah, MD. How did you get to know Be Brave and Think? Because I knew him for some time, like not personally, but him and Stanley Cross. Stanley Cross is an African American guy who used to be in the Navy, and he didn't like Be Brave and Think because he passed some derogatory comments about the African American race. And then they got into a fight, and I saw that thing how he abused the hell out of Be Brave and Think, and he said that you don't have the rights to pass derogatory comments about African Americans. What you're saying is wrong. You're not some pioneer. I'm thinking like, how did he come over here actually, MD? Because some
Wait,
many
be
months
brave
back,
and
like
think. He said that, or the other guy said that?
he like see what you've seen this thing called pop the balloon, right? So I think in that the African American woman they'll choose their partners like who'll be
Uh-huh.
males. So
Yeah.
in that actually this be brave and think said, look at the way they're acting, that's the problem with black culture. Then Stanley Cross lost it. He was an ex-Navy serviceman. He started abusing be brave and think, what's gone wrong with you, you're always insulting black culture every time. I can't stand it. You're not some pioneer. You're just a trashy white guy or something like that. He started saying that, and then the fight went. It became very bad actually, and then he
Mhm.
kicked Be Brave out of his
Well,
channel.
it was the other guy, not be brave and think. Are you saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
They
yeah,
both had a fight.
yeah.
Be Brave said something derogatory about African American culture, and then after that, Stanley didn't like it, and they both got into a fight.
Okay, okay. Yeah, be brave. I mean, he has some strong opinions, but I think he's got a lot of goodness there. I just think he needs to have conversation, because when he told me he never traveled outside of the United States and really not really past the state he lives in, I see that he just needs to talk with people, hopefully, but I think this is Gabriel. Is this Blaxican?
Yeah, how's it going, MD?
Pretty
Max?
good. How's everything? I got Mr. X here and
Oh, shit.
Azru with me. Yeah, I
right.
don't know if they remember Blaxican from a while ago.
Long time ago, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Old
yeah.
channel.
yeah,
How's
exactly.
it going, Mr. X, as Varun?
So,
Yeah,
hello,
what-
Black Secret. How are you doing?
Good. How you
I'm
doing,
pretty
man?
good. Pretty good listening to you guys, Bill.
Yeah,
Yeah, you guys.
you're Black Secret. You're permanently now in Taiwan, right? You've not still left, right?
I live in Taiwan still. Yeah.
Okay, okay.
I'm from America, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is it over there?
Life as usual, you know. The only thing is, it was 2 weeks ago. I got something in the mail from the government. It was like I think they mailed it out to pretty much every household on the island, and it was this survival book basically. And usually when they have these books, it's for in case there's an earthquake, because we got a lot of earthquakes or typhoons, right? But the majority of the book was talking what to do if CCP invades Taiwan. So I never got anything in the mail in the 9 years I've been living here like that. So I was like,
What's CCP?
Chinese Communist Party.
Oh, okay, okay.
That's what
Yeah.
their government. Yeah.
Wow, wow.
So that was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that
But,
is kinda- So, anything you were listening to the conversation? Did anything like what did you or for the topic of the stream? Was there anything you had to comment or?
Yeah. Well, was it Who Built America? That's the topic. The
Yeah,
title of the stream, right?
who really built it? I mean,
Yeah.
we've been touching on a lot of stuff, religion. The last bit was more religious, like talking about atheism and evolution and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think all that built America. I mean, try to sum it up and bring it full circle. Yeah, and even like, for example, like Be Brave. I've talked to him before on on other people's
Oh,
platforms.
you have? Wow.
Yeah, and
What do you think?
well, I think when he came up when you guys were talking about, you were talking about hateful people that.
Yeah,
I'm paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing hateful, but I don't think he's a bad guy. But
yeah, no, I don't. Yeah,
some of the stuff he says is wild, bro. I
it
don't
is.
subscribe to it.
Well, that
Yeah.
was what I brought up about when somebody brought up the stats about the child thing, and because he would bring up stats about Black community, and when he said, "Well, they don't make the corn," I said, I was thinking, you got to be kidding me, man. That's like the inner city people killing each other, saying they don't make the guns. It's
Right.
like you're still going to be guilty of the crime.
Yeah, that reminds me of
Yeah,
that New Jack City.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he said it, you know what it showed me? That he's just not thinking. When somebody says something like that, it's like, whoa, hold on a second. Did you hear what you just said? You know, that's like saying exactly like the thing with the weapons. You do something
Yeah.
with that, and then you say, "Well, I didn't make the weapon." It's like, what are you out of your mind, man? It's like,
Yeah, I think he's not using his whole mind, MD. Like he's
Yeah.
definitely thinking because I mean
You
he's
know what,
talking
too?
technically,
Yeah, and-
but he's not using the whole holistic mind.
yeah.
He's
Well, the one thing he has people around him that are I don't think they're good influences, and a lot of them borderline very extreme views. And
yeah,
you know, and I believe he's a good person. I believe he has goodness in there. Like when they were talking about, they were using the mud word and you know, like the shark thing.
yeah.
And I'm just saying, you know, it's like, come on, man. It's like just even referring to someone as that because they're with somebody of a different ethnicity, it really shows
Uh,
the problem with the person using the classification of that. It's like, and also it shows me a deep insecurity of the person who's using it to say, um, you know, that concerned with somebody else's intimate life. You
mhm.
know, that oh well, they're this type, they're a shark or something like that. You know, it's like, are you crazy? But in his defense, he didn't agree with them. He was like, you know, he would still date a woman that would had a previous relationship like that if she
Mhm.
was a good woman and stuff. And you know, me, I was just laughing, saying, well, first of all, where's this invisible woman? Because I know she doesn't, you know, like what woman is talking to you first of all, you know, because
Yeah,
I hear these guys talking about, oh well, you know, they wouldn't date this woman or that type of woman, and I'm like, bro, ain't no woman trying to talk
yeah.
to you.
It's
It's
all
like,
theory, man.
yeah, it's beyond like. And Timbo, what's up, brother? He says, not even surprised, glad he admitted he's a boomer. Zombie boomer.
Zombie
Yeah,
boomer.
you
Yeah,
know, and
yeah.
he's funny. I ain't gonna lie, he's funny.
I mean,
Not
just the way
that
he
guy.
looks is funny, dude, with those glasses and mask.
Oh man, that
Yeah,
is straight out of super villain type of stuff, man.
yeah,
I'm talking like
yeah,
just, you know, it's kind of funny. It's definitely some YouTube.
yeah.
It's definitely YouTube. When I see something like that, I'm like,
Mhm.
man, you just. I was like, what was like some Batman type of costume? Yeah, but I do think he's good. Uh, you know,
Mm,
like you know, you see the goodness in some people. You say, look, the dudes that you're hanging around with, some of them might be okay,
yeah.
some of them definitely ain't. Um, uh, you know, CT, his friend, used to come
Oh
on
yeah.
the old
CT.
show. He came on once. I think he's a friend of Aqua Dragon, and
I spoke to him
um,
last week. He came on a panel I was on.
yeah, he,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, I wrote to him on email, but he never wrote me back. So I don't know if he remembers me from when he came
Yeah.
on Smash a while back.
Yeah.
But you know, it is what it is. I think, you know, I'm gonna be changing this back to Wisdom Radio, and I'm publishing a Human Origins book. These are the two books that I have out on Amazon with the
Mhm.
secret words and stuff like that about the anagrams, where I'm just going to be doing like the
Yeah.
knowledge and the
That's
wisdom and stuff like that. Just to, you know, Scribe, he was on earlier, and yeah, we figure he's going to do some cryptid stuff tomorrow about Bigfoot, and because
mhm.
he's really into, you know, the Bigfoot, werewolf, vampire, dog
Mhm.
man, all of these cryptic stuff. So I said, yeah, I
The
said that's
shape shifting.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
other
stuff.
stuff. Yeah.
And
No, but
does a lot of research. So I told him that's cool. Mr. X and I and Asvaroon were breaking it down with the religious, the human
uh,
origins, which, you know, that's what the next book is about. Hopefully in a few days it'll be ready. And yeah, just
you're busy, man. As usual. like that's what actually I wanted to build. I've been built one that have a sit down with you for years, in particular talk about that spell casting, like on my broadcast, about how words make up our reality, because that fascinates me. And
Yeah.
I was even because I teach, and
Mhm.
I had an English workshop, writing workshop. I teach on the weekends, and one of the topics was how symbols are power and
Yeah.
how they,
Yeah.
how they influence people, and that's right on that alley right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Definitely.
yeah.
Um, well, this book, Secret Words, I had
Oh, that's
put
a new one. I haven't
anagrams.
seen that one.
Yeah, so this one, it's like I take the word president, and then in the word, you can respell the letters into the two words is pretend. On the
Mm,
bottom, I color code it so anybody can see that the SI can spell is, and the rest of the letters spell pretend. So there's no missing letters, there's no added letters. It's a pure anagram. And it's basically a secret word within the the word. So now the thing is that in the word president is pretend, it actually pertains to the word. It's not like it's spelled something like blue coat or blue spoon, something that's just doesn't relate to the word president.
mhm.
The fact that it relates to it and saying that, yeah, many people say, well, the president is a puppet. It is pretend because there's something behind the president. So
Yeah.
we see that. And then where the book gets really deep is that I take phrases, and what I have uncovered is like almost unbelievable. Like this phrase here, the US presidential election. If you take those letters, right, and rearrange them, it spells elite hustlers in a deception.
Damn.
So underneath, I color code it so everybody can see where exactly each letter forms the words. And this is almost unbelievable because somebody might say, well, wait a second, how does that spell that? Because that's very similar to what the US presidential election is, right? Elite
It is.
hustlers in a deception. So secret words is like on another level of saying, wait a second, this is like, is this real? The International Space Station rearranges to pathetic totalitarian nonsense, which is, I mean, this is beyond chance that this would be in the language. This is beyond chance that you can't spell so, and it actually matches the International Space Station. It is pathetic totalitarian. It's a tax that's put on us to build something that we can never go into. And then like the Irish Republican Army, yes, I can harm British rule. It's like holy smokes.
Mm.
So yeah, it really secret words, man. It just and I published it in 2023, and you already know a lot of people, it's hard to sell knowledge. Like you can
Yeah.
sell controversy a lot better.
Right.
But the fact that these messages exist in the English language, it kind of tells me that is the language itself speaking to us, trying to warn us by saying, hey, the president, hey, you know what? He's pretend. That's not even a real position. The US presidential election, elite hustlers in a deception. I mean, matter of fact, Brave saw this and was shocked. He was like, holy smokes. I don't
I'm
know.
shocked right now seeing this because it's like it's literally hitting our subconscious is
Yes.
probably picking it up for sure.
Yeah.
And it almost reminds me that like how that vampire metaphor of like the vampire can only come into your house if you let it. In a sense that you have a chance, right? It's not like he's forcing himself. And just like this, we have a chance as humans, consciousness to look at these things, but we got to really be aware and use our inner eyes to see this type of stuff.
Yeah,
we have a chance.
Yeah, it clearly Brave liked it. I mean, I hope he bought the book. I didn't see a sale, so maybe not. But because people will like it. I mean, most people don't even read.
I think I'll buy it. I didn't even know you had that one, man. It's been a
Yeah,
minute
yeah.
since
This
I've
one,
seen that.
I didn't really promote it as much. So I said, being that I'm producing books in this field more instead of the other genre of dating, I figure let me just stick with the knowledge and.
But that was important. Wait, Max, that was important too. Like on my journey, like when I met you guys and was introduced to the black pill and stuff like that. Actually, I think is very important in terms of evolution of my consciousness and other people around me. And because like dating is in mate selecting and all that, that's a part of being human. And the so-called elites are trying to fleece us by not giving us knowledge of black pill.
Oh, I don't think people are going to be dating pretty soon in the next.
Well, yeah,
5
I use
years.
that word colloquially, but
it just But as Arun asked me, how did I meet Brave? And what it was as Varun, if you're still there, there was a guy that came on the old channel, Chaotic Truth, CT. And he was a friend of Aqua Dragon. I don't know if you remember him.
I know Aqua Dragon.
Okay, so he's a friend of him, and he came on. Now, this had to be 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, that he came on a stream. And, we would all have the avatars. And, I wasn't being mean to him. I told him, look, man, come on, put the avatar up. You just, I said, it's like a Sesame Street. One of these things don't belong. And, and he is a funny guy. I mean, he looks, kind of, he just looks comedic, really friendly. I'll give him that. And eventually, we threw him off the stream. We just not in a bad way, just like, come on, man, put the avatar up. We let him rock for maybe 10, 15 minutes. And that was all I saw him, was that. So years later, I see he's got a channel, and he's actually got a pretty big channel. I think he's got like 20-something thousand subscribers.
Yeah.
He has
like a lot of money too.
Yeah, and he makes like 2,000 a week or something,
at least. Yeah.
Wow. So he's making about 100 grand a year, and I looked. I don't think I went on the panel, but I looked at some of it and I said, okay, maybe we'll link up again. And then I guess because I looked at that, and Brave must, Brave and Think, must have been cool with him for a while. YouTube popped that into my feed one day when I was I was getting a stream ready in the daytime, and I saw Brave's stream. So I said, I wonder, who this is. And I looked because I had like maybe 20 minutes before the stream started. So he had the StreamYard link, and I hopped on. And I was like, hey, and I don't know if I mentioned to him that maybe it popped up because I, watched Chaotic's thing once, like a little bit of it. And we just started talking, and we were kind of cool. And he said a few things about certain statistics, and I was like, hey, you can't just categorize everybody like that, And I think they thought maybe, okay, I'm trying to tap dance. And I'm like, no, it's not tap dance. And I'm like, you can't, not everybody is the same in all of group. So when you say black or white or something, it's not accurate, because not everybody in that group is the same in any group. And they were kind of on these people commit the majority of this stuff. And I didn't stay on for long because I had the stream coming up in 20 minutes. So I might have stayed on for maybe 10 or 15 minutes at most. And we didn't get in an argument or anything. And then I was like, well, I got to go do my stream. When I was setting it up and I was going to pin the link, that's when I saw your thing popped up, and he came over. And he talked with me. I think the stream is still up. And we didn't really, he was very respectful when he came over. There was a little bit of curse, you know, but not at anyone. He just said it that way. And yeah, he seemed pretty cool, but he's got some pretty strong opinions. He's got some pretty strong opinions. I don't like, I mean, I'm not really doing streams the way he's talking about stuff because I don't think it's I think it's coming from trauma or something.
I think he got like this word on the street. Like he was like the third wheel on some relationships. Like he was the man that he broke, like, I don't know if he broke up the relationship, but his thing was dating married women. You know, and I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know
more than one person brought that up.
Yeah, I didn't. I thought he was more into like talking about like the racial issues.
No, he is. Yeah. But I remember hearing that recently, and I was surprised because that's all he does usually, talk about race. And,
I mean, what was he like? He said he's 71, right?
Yeah. And the interesting thing is, like, I mean, he does talk about race and stuff, but he doesn't do it in a good faith way because, like, he'll talk about all the bad things that quote unquote in general black people do, which I mean, in general there's some, but he doesn't talk about like when you bring up the white people, like you said about the corn and all that, whatever. Like he will always not even be like, oh, you make a good point. Like he never says anything bad about white folks.
Yeah,
like what they do.
Well, he tried to say also some other things, but that's when I was like, I realized, I said, okay, this guy's traumatized. It's either, you know, he grew up in the 40s and the 50s and stuff, and I don't think he's a bad guy. I think that he's much more approachable than some of the other guys I see on the panel.
He is. He'll talk to you.
But
he asked a lot of questions, MD, because like when I went on John Galt, I don't know if you're familiar. That's how I met him. Who's kind of like John Galt, kind of like the opposite. He says a lot of stuff about what black people do, and he's black, kind of like Uncle Ruckus. I don't mean that mean.
Okay, Uncle Ruckus from the Boondocks.
Yes. Yeah. And they found out that I was living in Taiwan, and they were asking me all these great questions about business and how it is to live there. And he was asking me really good questions. And I'm like, oh, this old dude, he's pretty cool, pretty open-minded. And then I listened to one of his streams and I was like, holy, this is much different than the B-Bread that was talking to me earlier. Yeah.
Wow. That, you read Blur, man. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I'll check. I just sent the message just to make sure it comes through, man. Thank you, brother. Timbo says, I could tell by the way he was over talking to ND that he likes to get tipsy before. Yeah, I mean, I don't see, like, being that I'm doing a lot more about knowledge, like, and I'm being very careful, like staying within guidelines and everything. So, you know, we try not to curse anymore. We never said the N-word anyway, so that's good.
I remember you said that.
And you know, it's because it's like, why, you know, or really I don't want people saying really like the B word for women and stuff, just to be safe. I might eventually privatize some streams, you know, as more streams get produced, because when I go through them and there's too much cursing, it doesn't make for a good stream.
No, it's not professional.
It's definitely $5 donation, Red Blur, here, stay safe out there, fellow survivors, man. Red Blur here, stay safe out there, fellow survivors. Thank you, brother, for the support, man. I appreciate it, Red Blur. Always a pleasure having you on, man. He says, by the way, y'all saw ITV's latest video regarding butt plug fitness? No, I gotta check it, man. Holy smokes. Thank you. I'm gonna check it. Wow. And I think it's rehab room now. I think. Hey, man, thank you, Blaxican. I appreciate it, man. NPC the game, man. Raising to the top, brother. I appreciate that, man. I want to make better streams, and I'm having the book on human origins is so shocking with the science that I've been researching. that it's very, I would say, beyond controversial. So like when you hear it, hopefully, you'll be, passing through more often. Um,
Yes,
it
sir.
is, it is, I mean, it's like, I've had a lot of debates with people with the evolution thing because I, from what I've researched, it seems that evolution was, that's what created the pseudo classifications of race to,
Yes.
as Arun and I were talking, Mr. X, extremely knowledgeable, Mr. X in the field of
Oh
how
yeah,
to,
Mr. X is great.
yeah, the, and it's really, it separates people. There, like I told Azroon, I said, look, he knows, he lives in India. There are extremely dark-skinned Indians, which are beautiful people. People of all colors are beautiful.
Hmm.
There's a beauty in every in all life, plants, animals, people, the environment, the sky, the water, the land. And when when I look at, and I had this conversation on here about just the real IQ test, about how Asia is a continent that encompasses the western part of Asia is what they would call Europe, which is misclassified as a continent because a continent is a large body of land surrounded by water, a continuous body of land.
Hmm.
And they classify India as a subcontinent. And India is the only part on the Asian continent that actually has very dark skinned people. So they can't openly call it like an evolution. They can't call them subhuman. So they classify it as a subcontinent, which makes no
Yeah.
sense. And I know it's basically because of some racial underhanded type of stuff. And the same thing with Africa. Central Africa is called, well, some people refer to it as sub-Saharan, which again, they want to try to say these people are not as human as others, so they can't openly call them sub, so they'll call it sub-Saharan when it's really Central Africa. That's
Hmm.
scientific classification. So, going through stuff like that, I think it brings people closer together to say, look, something has created this religion of evolution to make it seem like we all come from animals like the monkeys, the chimpanzees and stuff. And funny enough, when you look at their pseudo scientific, their fake theory, who do they put closest to the apes, which are they would put on the chart people of color, and they would and they would try to exonerate all of the rape, pillage, and plunder we see throughout the world by just saying it's just evolution. It diminishes, erases morality, and this is nothing against anybody who believes in it. It's just saying this is about education for us to learn to become closer with one another, to realize that it's really the human family. And the human family shows us that we're all connected in a way that goes beyond color, and it goes beyond what they would classify as ethnicity. Now, there's good and bad in all people, but good and bad is a behavior. So the good thing about that is that behavior can be changed with a choice. Maybe some people aren't going to change, so that can be a reality too. So getting into that type of stuff, it's to tell people, look, I don't see too many things on YouTube like that. Plus, it makes me feel better producing something that I know. I mean, nobody's promised tomorrow. I used to say that on the old show. Some days I feel good, some days I feel different.
Hmm.
And in New York, you never know what's going to happen. I mean,
Yeah.
whatever happens, I'm happy with it. I lived a good life, but I'd like to leave something to where people could say, this is a template for us to heal, for us to, in the midst of, like you were saying, like the guy that acts like Uncle Ruckus, and then you have these other guys. I look at them, and instead of looking at them with any type of judgment, I see this person is traumatized. This
Yes.
person, yeah, you know, they're so traumatized, and I see that with Brave. You know, and I'm surprised him and CT were such good friends. I mean, it's kind of like that he speaks so much about him, you know, yeah,
They're both coming from hate, and it's not, I mean, that's not all they're about, but it's like this race over obsession with race. Like after I left you guys or moved on to this panel verse, you know, I've never been called the N-word more in my life in the last year and a half that I've
get
been
out of here.
in
What,
some of these
on
places.
Brave Stream?
Not just Brave, but this network of CT and these other shows, like not necessarily Speak Easy, but he's in this thing in Flow State.
Speakeasy too?
Not by them, but this is what we call the panelverse. It's like a network of different creators.
I heard
like
Speak
Sarah.
is a little, like, some people avoid him because I think he was getting channels struck or something.
I
don't
know
true.
really much about that. Yeah,
I don't know if you remember Pops and
Pops and Mike.
Mike was
Rant. Yo,
Red Blur, Speak Queasy. You're right, man. We used to call him Speak Queasy. And
go ahead.
So Mike, somebody saw Speak Queasy hop on somebody's panel, and then Mike, I think, hopped in the chat or something, and was like warned them, because I noticed on Smash that happened, and I didn't know if it was him, but I know after he hopped on, you know, the video, we had to, you know, kind of privatize it and stuff, and I went on his panel a few times, and he was kind of cool, but again, he's got some very weird, kind of weird guys on there. He's just he's different. He's different. He's different.
I'll give him credit in the sense that he does keep to himself, but like this panel verse of these interlocking of maybe about like 20 streamers, and they have the same audience, but like the undertone, there's like a lot of racism there. And I'm not trying to be a snowflake or anything like that.
No,
but
he's with who's he worship basically?
Andrew Wilson.
Andrew Will. Yeah, I'm like,
Andrew
come
Wilson,
on, man. Fran Dresser, right? Like that guy reminds me of the nanny, the Fran Dresser girl.
Yeah.
He's got that nasal type of. I mean, and
that voice.
Didn't he just get destroyed by that girl on the whatever thing?
Whatever podcast. Yeah, that went viral.
Just done. Just
straight. Did you hear about him and Sarah though? Last couple months.
No, I didn't hear. Gant had a video, but I didn't understand what the beef was.
Well, let me tell you that it's so crazy that in a way, Sarah and Ashley try to get their start coming on your panel, and also Alex playing with fire. Now Sarah's like kind of like the queen of the panel, where she got like almost 20,000 subs. Well, had 20.
No, I remember she had 20,000, but some beef.
Well, she lost them with Andrew.
She got like 15 or something, right?
Yes, with Andrew, because she basically was like set up the debates for him, and he would come on her show and have debates, right? And and then when they had a falling out because she went on a stream and she was talking mad garbage about him. Well, the people she was with on that stream were talking bad about him and his friend Rob Noor, and he heard about it and he got angry because that's his friend. He was defending him, and so he didn't say unsub to her, but he has such a big following that the people were like, "Oh, Andrew's not happy with her, so we're gonna leave." And she lost like 5,000 subs in a weekend.
So Andrew and her got into beef, basically. Andrew Wilson.
Yes, but because they used to be partners, basically.
Wow.
You know, for like a good year, she got a lot of her growth from his fans. She
wasn't really. She didn't get it on her own. When she came, she looked kind of like the Grinch, kind of from the cartoon, the Grinch.
Oh shit!
And you know, when she came on the stream, she was actually pretty. She took it very well. She said that her grandmother used to say that she was like from Whoville, and I said, "Nah, not Whoville. You straight with the sled with the Grinch." You know.
MD, you're good with that. Like,
I was like, whoa, but she was very I couldn't believe how well she took it, man. She hung
Yeah.
out, and
She's
then
very professional now.
yeah, very. I was like, and she made some videos that was funny when she tried to do the Lizzo song and looked like Harley Quinn or something. But I thought she got exposed. I guess she got into it with Ashley, right? And
Yeah, and they had a big
yeah,
falling out, which is
yeah.
crazy because they were friends for like 20 years.
Oh yeah, I think they're both Air Force veterans.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And even Michelle, they're not friends anymore.
Michelle,
crazy.
who's
Yeah. The
Michelle?
Gangstar exposed her. And
Yeah,
then she
yeah.
got into beef with Pearly things.
Wow. So she freaking wow, I didn't know it was that deep.
A
Timbo
lot
says
going on, man.
he said interesting. A dude named Hardcore Tito was talking about Andrew Wilson. He let Speakeasy on. Of course, he spurred out on the host a week or so. Tito's whoa, wow, yep. So and that's why Mike was warning people. I think. Thank
About
you,
him,
Timbo.
yeah.
Yeah, because
Did you know, MD? Did you know that Rolo a few years back he was on No Jumper, right? You know, No Jumper, Adam 22, and he was being interviewed, and they have like almost 5,000 subs. And in that interview with the Poetic Flacco in studio, Rolo, he brought you up in your channel, your old channel. I don't know if you ever caught that.
Recently?
Yeah.
Or he was
No,
recently?
this is about like maybe about 2 years ago,
and
2
he
or
brought
3
up
years ago.
Smash?
Yeah, I think I sent you an email about it to tell you. I was like, holy.
Oh,
I
no,
wow.
I don't have that email. My email now
okay.
is the Wisdom Radio.
Bro, he brought you up. Like, that's how much of you're holding space in his head.
Wow.
He was like, people like smashed TV.
He said, oh my, that is hilarious.
On No Jumper. Like, millions of people were watching.
Holy because we sold the channel. Yeah, Scribe was.
I'll find it. I'll find a clip.
Computer genius. So he like knows how to do the YouTube channel. Like if you ever want to if people how they sell it, and because I told him I said look I said I'd rather do the knowledge thing and
this is better for your soul probably.
Yeah,
like positive.
And he wants me, he wanted me to go back to it. I said it's a very volatile field,
Yes.
And Scribe is very knowledgeable too. So I said, look, you know about the cryptid and all of this other stuff. I said, let's work on that. And wow, wait till I don't know if he's listening. I think he might be listening, but he was on earlier. And tomorrow I think he's going to do the show because I told him we should stream like every day. And I missed Thursday. So I said, once the book is ready, I said, then a lot of channels, it's going to bring some controversy because I'm keeping it scientific, but it definitely points without a doubt toward creation. I went on some panels. They try to call me a creationist. And I said, well, wait a second. You're a creationist too. You're just telling me it was created by random nothingness, but you're telling me it was created. I'm saying, look, it's something. I'm not saying it's religious, but when you look at cells, single cell organism, this is not forming by chance. And then also talking about the differences in humans, why we look different, why things are compatible, and what people don't like is that people who are afraid of difference is that there's something underneath our skin that connects us more than what we see on the skin. And they're afraid of that. So to put it in a way where they can argue if they want, but I'm going to, keep it very civil, treat people with respect and civility, love more, like I was at Mr. X and I was talking about. It's like, man, if I could go back and at least, go back and not know to say win lotto, but just to know like, holy smokes, I'm back and I'm going to appreciate everything much more, love more, and so if I would do that, then why not do it now and just try to treat people now. Yeah, I can also come out the part of me. I tell people, look, if they ask me if I'm a good person, I say sometimes.
MD?
Right.
Azrael, yeah, you all right?
I mean, suddenly it just went blank. So I thought there was some problem with the speaker.
What? Oh, your speaker.
Regarding, I just went blank for some time, and I was seeing the time rolling by, so I thought there might have been some problem with my speaker.
Oh no, we hear you. Yeah.
Now, MD, you've always had that positive, always teaching mode about you, like so much so that look at me, like when I found your channel, I think it was like 2019 or something like that, or like I was already married, and like so I'm not your average black pill listener,
mhm.
you know, but I still got a lot of value after you, and some of my favorite things I learned from you was when you were giving like real world like advice and stories about growing up and living and things you've encountered and stuff that to this day I still get value off it, man. So
Wow.
yeah, it's
Thank
always about never forgot, even though I haven't been around, I've never forgot my time over here.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Scribe,
Yeah.
he was telling me I should do something about my life story because I've spoken with him in private a lot more. And he's like, man, you got some crazy stories, but they're good. And I appreciate that, man. I mean, we've been working together for 5 years now. He's a great friend, man, like a brother. And we're doing a lot of good things. And now, I mean, it's amazing. You got me thinking, like, I can't believe Rolo mentioned.
Oh yeah, I put it in the back so when you have a chance,
Oh
like
my
you can skim it,
goodness.
like offline or whatever. I'm gonna look to see the. I'm like, I told my friend Black Scale. His name was Black Scale. He's a mod. I think he used to be a mod for you. We still talk to this day, like my best friend now.
Yeah,
And
wait,
like
Black Spear?
no, Black Scale. His name was Black Scale.
Oh,
I don't know what his name was.
Black Circle?
No. It was Black Scale. He might have changed his name too when he was over here. The point is, like, we were influenced by you and Scribe in the channel. Like to this day,
Oh,
we're still
wow.
good friends. We're still good
Thanks,
friends.
man.
And yeah, I remember when we saw this when it happened. So let me see. This was let me see, 2000. Here you go.
I just got the video. Is it
2
in
years
the
ago.
beginning
It was
or
2 years
middle?
ago.
On the video with Rolo, is it beginning, middle, or
I don't know. I have to go look, skim it, but it's definitely this one. I got you in the right direction because I was like, he's talking about. I'm like, they might not know who no disrespect to the channel, but like who you're talking about. But obviously, he's like you really got in his mind or something.
Yeah, the fat why though, brother. Good to see you, why though, man. My brother, why though? Yeah, I that is like so hilarious because, like you're saying, it's still
lingering.
Affected him. Holy smokes! Yeah. That's like, I just it to me it's funny because I've moved on and
right.
I mean, I don't mind.
They have 5 million subs almost, MD, and he's talking about that.
Wow, it is just Grandma Tomasi, man. He just I mean, and Scribe is like, look, you're a natural at that. You need to go back, do that. And I'm trying to I'm like, bro, I would love to. I said, but YouTube things have changed. When Spurgeezy, because that's what we used to call him, Spurgeezy, Speak Queasy, and so now I know for sure, it was him that did that, and the things got a little stricter, so with like I was explaining to Scribe, I said, if they're grifting people, but they don't get messed with, and you see some of the stuff, but if you go to say that they're grifting, you get more scrutinized on that, I've noticed, and that's why I said, you know what, let's just smash while it still has a thing there. We'll part and we'll do something else, and then I still see guys growing. I seen the stuff happened with Fresh and Fit in them, and
that's wild, man.
Yeah,
I remember when he came on your show. That was wild, from his apartment.
It's crazy, right? It's the fact that he was on, LFA was on, Affy Kingdom,
Rich Cooper,
Bulldog Mindset. No, I don't think Rich Cooper came on the show, but
okay.
Yeah, I definitely spoke with I think John Anthony Lifestyle before his channel. Anthony, I think he's deleted now. Who else? We
Alex.
Alex, yes, playing with fire, Duke and
Kevin Ray
Bond,
Wilder,
Kevin Ray Wilder, Coach White Pill. I mean,
White Pill, the
it was,
banana suit.
yeah, channel was on fire. It
Yeah.
really was. It was like
Hold the
there was
truth,
some-
baby.
yeah. Oh yeah, Hold the Truth. Bruno came on.
Bruno,
Bruno was just angry.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, those guys are just they're just angry, man. They fell off hard.
Yeah.
The 21 thing. And but yeah,
Loaded,
it was fun. I mean, if I told him if I was gonna do it, we'd need a website, because then we could do a little bit on YouTube and then go there and just roast. But it's just, you got to pay for the server. You got to do, thing. I mean, he knows how to put it all together, so that's not a problem. It's just
you could always do something like once a year. There's something they call it the beef sector, this black community. They call it the purge. Well, every year, like everyone comes from all different sectors of YouTube, and they just roast each other. And like whatever happens on that weekend stays there. You can't take it once it's over. You can't. They don't talk about it the following week or the following year, but they just they just do the roasting and stuff once a year. It's
really, I didn't know about that.
It's wild.
Yeah, I mean, and it's on YouTube.
Yeah, it's called the Purge. If you go to, it's called the Real Purge YouTube,
and they let anybody
channel. Yeah, anybody on. If you have beef with anybody, you can go up there and you just have it out, and it's like 48 hours of that.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I would like to producing more of the knowledge stuff. I mean, I know people are going to bring up like older stuff, because they're always going to try to do stuff. But I just look at it as when people say stuff, because I started a YouTube channel back in 06. It's going to be 20 years. I started it in 06, like around Christmas. And that channel, I still have it, but all the videos are private. And it was originally teaching. And when I was doing videos on there, a lady contacted me back around in 2010. And she goes, "Hey, can I use some of your videos for a website she had called Black Homeschoolers?" And I go, "Sure, for free, no problem." Just I let her use it, because she goes, "I really appreciate the fact that you don't curse and you don't use the N-word," because I didn't even curse back then. I kept it very clean, and I did it for like maybe another year or two. And that's when I started transitioning to Blog Talk Radio. And because YouTube was being bought by Google. And I think by 2011 or 2012, Google bought YouTube. I went to Blog Talk Radio, and I had one of the guys on here, Drew Ma, because he had a show back then. And he had a show on Blog Talk before me. And I went on Lennon Honor's show. I don't know if you heard of him. He's constantly roasting Umar Johnson, I think.
Lennon Honor. Yeah, he's big time.
Yeah. I met him back in 2011 or 2012. Some guy, when I Blog Talk, somebody had saw my YouTube channel and he wanted to interview me. And that's this guy, A Cult. I think he was from like the Moors or something like that.
Okay.
And then when I went on the panel, I noticed, I was like, wow, I guess they were trying to like get me to be cool with them. I mean, I was cool with them. I wasn't like mad at them, but Drew and Lennon in particular, when I went on his show, he goes, "Man, you need to start a radio program." He goes, "The world needs you." And I still took me another few years. By 2014, 2015, I think 2014 around there, I started doing Blog Talk a little. And by 2015, I left and I started doing some ancient alien archaeology type of show. I did Descendants of Atlantis. I have the page on Facebook. It's actually kept growing. It's got like 20,000 followers. But
wow.
Yeah, I only put like a few things on it, because at first it only had like 2,000-3,000. Then it grew to like 6. Then it grew to 7. And then this last year, it went from like 8 to 20. But the last video only got like a few likes. The one before that got, I think, like 100 likes. So it's like, you got to be steady with it. And then I, around 2017, 2018, that's when I created the Smash, the original one. But I didn't go live until I think like 2020. but I was on other streams. Like I went on Face and LMS in 2019, and I think that's when a lot of
Face.
people,
Wow.
yeah, Face. I hope he's okay,
Man
man.
of Tomorrow too, right?
Yes, you Man of Tomorrow. Yeah, actually, yeah. Wow. Now that I think, he still streams, I think. Yeah. So him, Base Pluto. I
Base
think he
Pluto.
just,
Wow.
yeah, he went straight Doomer. He's
Base.
got like, yeah,
He's straight Doomer now.
yeah, Doomer Preacher. He actually put on his channel Doomer.
Oh yeah.
And Tony Snow was the one that helped me so much,
Tony
man.
Snow.
Such
Yeah.
a cool dude, man. That's when I went on Bernard
I spoke
Riley.
to David Little not too long ago.
Really?
On
Holy
DM, yeah.
smokes.
He's
David
doing good.
Little, man. Yeah, that I'm glad he's okay. And then Marty, Nutshots.
Marty.
used to-
Nut shots, yeah.
yeah,
What about
he-
a Doc? What's his name? Doc.
Oh
M-
man, Doc MH. Yeah, man.
oh shit.
Yes, he was.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. He
He's a good dude though.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's just amazing when I think of those old days.
QB.
Yeah, the koala, man.
The Koala
Yeah.
Maxon, right?
Yeah, he just
Back there on Koala Street.
oh yeah, he I think he got into it with Homies Hub, and they just went off on him like they because he
got drugged, right?
yeah, man, he got scoped and I mean,
Robbed,
yeah, just Ganpill kind of really puts a hilarious video out about him, man. It just
Gant is great.
yeah, Gant is
funny.
just he's off
Very
the handle.
talented.
Yeah, really talented, and he's a cool guy. He seems really cool. We haven't talked lately, but yeah, I look back at those stuff, and it was fun. It was fun while it was there.
But come on, Smash TV is legendary, bro, in terms of like that genre for a live stream.
Yeah.
That right there, bro. That was
yeah,
legendary.
definitely. I told Scribe, I said if we make money, I said we'll buy it back, because a guy in Africa, that's who we sold it, and I think he still got contact with him. So I said, look, we'll buy it back if we can. He's like, probably better to start a new one. But I said, Smash is legendary. I said we could. I said if we make a lot of money, somehow, I said maybe that would be cool. I said, but even that, I'd still be. We can't really say what we want to say,
Yeah.
So it's like we'd have to have a conjoining.
You have your own server. You have to have your own server.
Say,
probably,
hey, or maybe pay, like how you could host stuff, like I guess, and say, okay, we're going over here. We're gonna do YouTube for a half an hour, and then now, But again, the guys ain't around. Like Fresh and Fit ain't really around, right? I don't think so.
Nah, they're not doing it like that.
Yeah, so they're
not doing his own thing.
Yeah, Rolo. I don't know. Rolo's his channel, is it bigger now, or
it might have capped out under 100 or whatever, 100K or whatever.
Yeah, because he's
not
not
Michael Sartain and does stuff with them sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's his protege now, right?
Yeah.
Oh, and he got I don't know if you saw it. He was on whatever. He got his girl. I mean, it was so brutal to the
Michael Sartain.
Yep.
He's all Michael.
Bro, the host, I think that guy Brian had to be like, yo, I wouldn't. He told him he wouldn't take disrespect like that from his girl, like right to his face. You seen his face? It broke his posture. What she said, the way she dissed him, and again, it makes sense because I mean, look, he's under Rolo. I mean, there ain't nothing really. I mean, these guys are like, it's like, come on, man.
But it's funny though, like those red pill dudes, they still talk black pill, like in their own way, like a watered, what do you call it, purple pill, basically. But like, they talk crap about it, but then they know it's undefeated in a sense.
Oh yeah. I heard Donovan Sharp kind of fell off, right? Like he did.
Like him and Devin, he had to remit. What do you call him, Sam Kinison?
Oh yeah, man.
Devin.
She just brutal. Yeah, it's just like I mean, I saw that. I was like, you got to be kidding me, man. Hard 9 or something he tried to say.
Hard 9. Yeah, right.
I'm like, that is like that's something. That's like you look at. That's like somebody's mom or something, man. It's like why? I don't even think I couldn't. I couldn't, man. It just even with the tomato is brutal. I can't. It's like.
Not my type, man.
Yeah, she's just straight Dr. Seuss character, and but it's seemingly a funny person. I actually was trying. She had the link up a couple of months ago, and I saw it popped up. So I was like, oh, snap, the tomato. So I went and I jumped in the back, and she was like, oh, it's MD. But I don't know if she remembered me, but she wanted somebody to pay to get me on the panel.
Pay?
Yeah, she goes, oh, if somebody, I have MD, this other guy, and it was like 3 people backstage. She goes, whoever wants to pay to get one person on, you know. And I was gonna ask her about the whole Gantt thing, and because she had already dropped to like 15,000 or something subs. So she never, you know, like the other guy got on, and then I waited a little, and then I was like, I bounced. I was like, I ain't gonna, you know, I'm like, if she's like, oh, somebody got to pay to go on the panel. I was like, I understand what she's doing.
I've never heard her say that before. I mean, I know she's making a lot of money, or she was off it, but that's strange.
Yeah, maybe because it was after the fall, so she already had, you know, lost the 5, you know, whatever subs. And I, you know, and I understand it. It's like, if I have, like with the book, you know, I don't know if I would be a little more I know I'm going to get a lot of trolls about the race, you know. So I was thinking, all right, how am I gonna maybe keep them a little at bay? I will let them on to talk with them, but I know, like, Red Blur said, MD or anyone, this would be a good topic for next live stream. We're almost heading into 2030, and my question is, are they going to freeze up the bank in exchange to give up our precious metals? You know something, man? I hear, like in what was that, like Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He did that with the gold, saying that people can't hold gold. You know something? That's a really 1933, I'll talk to Scribe about it, man. Thank you, bro. That's definitely yeah, man. Wow, so much stuff is happening.
I know.
You know, and when I look at it, it's so, I heard like London just had something with some medical thing. I don't want to really, like, you know, say it, but you know, like the potion thing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and it just, you know, it gets to a point where it's just like, oh man,
it's overwhelming, bro. But then again, like, I think one thing, because my son now is 7. I think when I met you guys, he was only like, you just born. Or one or 2 or whatever. But the fact is, it's like, even though there's all this horrible stuff, I have to be an optimist. I'm realistic, but I have to be an optimist because I got skin in the game.
Yes, definitely, man. I mean,
and I'm sure you have nieces and nephews too.
Yeah, man. And you know, they're a little older now, and it's like, you know, and I can only, like you said, it's like, I hope for the best, and it just the stuff, and Scribe is the only one that has really known about this new book. My friend, she knows about it too, and very excited. And I look at it as it's life-changing because it deals directly with the humans and different type of humans, and how life may have been created, and the environment, and you know, just everything looking kind of artificial in a way, but definitely created. And also the fact, like, as Arun knows a lot about this too, with the physical world being like being created for the non-physical world to inhabit, which would be spirit or consciousness, whichever way somebody wants to look at it, to say that actually scientifically lines up a lot better or more realistically than matter coming first. So matter,
that does make sense what you just
said. You know, so I get
the
deep
spirit
into,
first.
So I would think that people, like, I would think there's going to be, because Scribe used to listen to Bro Sanchez. He's the one that turned me. I don't really listen to him too much. I know he gets like on different things, but the guys like that, and Sonetta, and some other guys. I don't know if they would listen to it, but it's gonna.
I think they would. I would think they would. I don't know if they'll agree with. I don't what
they might not agree
or disagree, but they would listen because everyone loves the origin story, MD.
Yeah,
and this is the ultimate origin story that
it's
writing
really,
about.
And I'm very like, I've been researching it for about 11 years now, say 11 to 12 years, and I did some lectures back at a place in Queens, that that was in 2012, 2013, and the last one was in 2015. And that was when I first got onto it, like 2014, 2015. So it's 11 going on 12 years. And
Okay.
now I have much more research with, the advancement of so much stuff, easier to search for research, to talk with professionals. I spoke with some ophthalmologists and some genetic researchers, and I actually got some clips from a stream I was on like a couple of days ago, and the guy, like, he claims to be a materialist biochemist and all of that. And I asked a simple question, and the host and him, it took him like 30 minutes, because I go, okay, you're telling me about things that, evolution is true. I said, so you're saying bacteria turn into another type of species. So what's the name of the bacteria, and what's the name of the type it turned into? And 30 minutes later, because, oh, well, this is how evolution works. I said, no, I didn't ask you how evolution works. I asked you what's the name,
Yeah.
and by the end of it, this dude, he broke and snapped, and he's like, why do you have to ask that question? And I just started being like, holy, I know you just didn't say that. I said, so you're afraid of a question? I was like, wait, so what? And then it got to, what gives you the right to ask that question? And that's when I knew I was on to something. I said, oh, this is going to be good. I said, when this book, I said, this is going to be real good. And then I said, okay, hey, thank you for having me on the show. You have a good one. And then, I recorded another clip of when I left, and they were kind of like, oh, well, that guy, like they said something to the avail of, he is like, you're not gonna, you're always gonna have some type of confrontative thing. And I'm like, so if asking a question is confrontative, a respectful question like that, because I mean, what's so confrontative about, okay, tell me the type of bacteria it was, and the name of the bacteria it turned into. And eventually, one, they had to look it up. And then two, when he named it, it showed they were already full of it, because it was the same bacteria. And then they even were like, oh, well, he's going to say this. And I'm like, there's nothing that I really need to come back and say, because you have already disproved your claim. It's like somebody saying humans came from apes. And I say, okay, what is the name of this common ancestor? And there's no name. Like Azarun even said it earlier. He's like, yeah, he goes, he's searching. I said, because it's not true. I said, it's all meant to classify people in categories so they can be prejudiced in a pseudoscientific sense. And I think that's where the guys like Sanchez and them might be like, okay, let me, is this guy, whatever was he saying here? Yeah.
He might be Sanchez might be receptive too, because he on Friday he did a stream about Yakub theory.
Oh yeah, I saw a clip of that. I didn't watch it, but I saw the thumbnail. Yeah,
so he might be receptive.
Yeah, he seems more receptive than, I don't know, Sonetta and them. Like Scribe had told me about them. So Tony Snow said, I think Sonetta might be a little pro-black. I don't know.
He's a lot pro-black, and I won't call him a grifter, or but listen, he's made a lot of money off this black consciousness thing. But yeah, I'll tell you about it soon. I actually gotta go pick up my son right now from Kung Fu.
Cool. Hey man,
but it's been such a pleasure, MD. Thank you for having me on,
bro. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for the support, brother. We'll talk again soon. Definitely,
absolutely, bro. MD.
All right,
I wish you well, guys. Have a good holiday. Astronoon, everybody.
Yeah, goodbye.
Too, man. Have a good
Tell Scribe I said hello. I wish him the best.
I will. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
All right, I'll see you soon, MD. Peace.
All right, man.
All right, brother.
All right, peace.
MD, can I? I want to ask you something, if you don't mind. A long time ago, Sarah, I had come on the Black Pill show, which you were hosting, Smash TV, and then I asked Sarah if it's okay to rate me. She said I might be a 6 or a 7. So then you told me something that Ganstar exposed Sarah. So regarding that, I've been on Sarah's show sometimes, MD. Because she debates regarding social issues, so that I too wanted to go and see what it was. So I've
Mhm.
been on her show a couple of times. So you said that there are some flaws in her character. So I don't know, but like you are more perceptive than me in this. So if there are any, like, can you tell me like what it is, and then even I too will
No,
try
I mean,
to.
I think genuinely, like generally, she's a cool person. So she's not a bad person. She seems like a nice person. Gant Pill, he had made a video talking about it, and I think she tried to like say something about the video. So I don't know if you've ever been to his channel.
Once,
Yeah,
MD.
so his channel, I didn't watch the whole thing. It'll explain more of what he's saying. Now, I think it's because she got into it with her friend Ashley. I don't know if you know her.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
a long time ago, I was supposed to be on a show. Caduceus had hosted it. I was on a show in which me, QB, and Street Maxer, we competed for, Minka, right? Minka has a friend called Robin
Oh, yeah.
Zoe. We competed for her hand. So like it was like a black pill show where Caduceus showed that personality doesn't matter, looks matter, or something like that.
Uh-huh,
I
uh-huh.
lost in that show. The next time I was supposed to come and compete with Ashley. Then later on, I couldn't go because I was very ill that day, so I couldn't go. And Street Maxer, actually, like, he won that show with Ashley. Later, I got to know that Ashley and Sarah are good friends. So many times when I've been on Sarah's panel, she's treated me kindly and all that. So Gangster, I didn't know, like, he had said something like she's not like this or something like that. So
Yeah, I think he has a beef with her. She was very respectful when she came on Smash.
yeah,
And I have to admit, she took the jokes very well. I give her a lot of credit. So it's not like anything is wrong with her that I'm saying. I'm saying that she, being that she had a falling out with her friend, that, they're talking, saying, revealing secrets, right?
mhm.
So I think she was, it was something about being promiscuous, with, and she has I think a boyfriend or something, or a husband at home. And Ashley was talking about that, which, I'm not judging anybody. So I mean, she seems like a friendly person. uh she had the falling out with Wilson, and so it it's like, I don't see nothing wrong if you can get on her panel, if talking with her. I mean, I don't, I was going to speak with her, this was like last month, and I guess she must have changed the format where, to make money, she has people pay for somebody else. Like, she'll say, okay, I have these three people backstage, who do you want to come on? And then somebody, I think, donated $10 for this guy that she already knows. And I didn't know if she remembered me, because I just put MD, and I think she might have. But I guess with all of the stuff that she's been through with her friend and these other people, that it just she feels kind of weird or something,
But the
yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, every time I've been on a show, she's been kind to me, MD. Like, she's not done anything bad.
Yeah, no,
Like,
she,
I've
she's,
been,
she's a cool, yeah.
yeah,
She's, I can't, nothing really to say that's wrong, or she's been always cool. So it's not really a big thing with her. I just look at it as, it's kind of funny, with all the stuff with the drama. I just look at it as like, I can't believe all this drama is still happening. And it just, yeah. I mean, the fact that you got on there, I mean, Street Max had tried to come on, but I can't let him on this stream. He tried to come
yeah,
on a couple of streams ago, and you don't ever know what he's gonna do. I don't want him to like
yeah,
stand up naked or something. Who knows? And
yeah,
but I told him in the back, like, he was backstage, and I said on the stream, like, look, man, I hope everything's good with you. there's nothing against you or anything. This is just a different type of stream over here on this show. And I'm going to change it back to Wisdom Radio, I think. Just so it stays on the topic of wisdom and learning and stuff like that. And yeah, so no, I don't see nothing really to where, I would say, like, I'm not probably going to go on the panel again, because I guess she's doing something different. And the dating stuff is just not really, it's not for me, I just look at it as they, she had came on Smash to kind of, I guess, get known at first, because Smash was the place for people to come. And she was respectful. She even took a little bit of, funny jokes and stuff, and she has talent. I'll give her that. When she made some videos, she's but I don't know the extent of what happened, because I didn't care to really look into it, like when Gant made the video. Yeah, that was about it, man. It wasn't Ashley, I think, even came on the panel one time. Yeah, a lot of people would come, Smash TV. I mean, the amount of people, when I look back at came on that channel, was just ridiculous amounts of people, different people. And yeah, it just, the memories, I mean, it felt so good speaking with Blaxican about it, man. It was great reminiscing about some of the things. But I think, like, talking about the stuff we talked about with the human cloning and the ancient Hindu literature, the Rig Veda. I think it talks about ancient cloning in the Rig Veda, like 14,000 years ago or something. I don't know how versed you are in the Rig Veda.
Rig Veda is about something like bringing the dead back to life. It's similar to the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It has something to do with medicine, how to bring someone back to life if they're dead.
Really?
So yeah. It has something
Wow,
to
I
do
gotta
with that
look
stuff.
into that. That's deep. That is deep. The Rig Veda. I never knew that.
Yeah, it's similar to the Egyptian Book of the Dead.
Wow, because they say that the Egyptian Book of the Dead should really be called the Book of Light or something like that. Like they don't call it the Book of the Dead, because I guess the Western misinterpretation of it, that it should be that. But when I was looking up the cloning thing, it said something about the Rig Veda, which the human cloning is mentioned in the story of King Vena or Vena. King Vena. I don't know if that sounds familiar, but I would like to go into that in the future. Like, maybe we can talk about that, because the Hindu, or I guess this would be considered Vedic, right? Vedic text.
Yeah, Vedic.
Yeah, and that's more what, like a Sanskrit religion, or is that like before Hinduism, right? Before it, or no?
Basically, the script for Sanskrit was Devangiri. Before that, Sanskrit was, how do I put it, it was transmitted telepathically. Like, if the student came to the teacher, they wouldn't talk, he would transmute whatever knowledge he had telepathically to the student, and the student was supposed to remember it. So there were most of the time they wouldn't write anything, they would communicate telepathically. So whatever knowledge the teacher would give, it was telepathically given to the student, and he was supposed to remember it and develop a powerful memory. Writing, they would say that writing is like imprisoning knowledge behind the bars of ink. So when you write, actually there can be a lot of misrepresentation of facts, but when you communicate telepathically, you communicate the intention itself. So a lot of knowledge those days was done communication was done telepathically, actually. Right, late on, a lot of written like knowledge came, but the thing is, written knowledge, it somewhat distorts the facts, because authors will always like to claim that they discovered this and that. They might add in a few false information over there just to make money, or just to gain fame or power. So the ancient seers never liked writing down things on anything. They would reveal the intention directly that they had to the students or to each other. So that way there would be no misinterpretation or miscommunication as far as communicating their intention was concerned.
Wow. That yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying. Like writing, there was a word I tried to find. I had found it years ago that they said the Arabs had a word for writers because writing stuff has a power that can even possibly bring things into existence or maybe even banish things. And it was a special word that they had for writers. So I don't know if Hindu or something has something like that to say, um, like the natives over here had a thing where they said the foreigners who came here think that they can write something on paper and it's has some type of magic which gives them like ownership, a power over something, or by just writing. Like we already see like we see a lot of stuff in the modern world where they will print and write stuff and try to say, okay, this is an agreement here on paper. And there's something about that, like something about, can things be manifested into the physical world by writing it on paper? By is writing, because remember, spelling is spell. You're spelling. You're actually, you're casting a spell by writing, kind of. Even by speaking, you're casting a spell. So you have to be careful of what we're saying and what we're
Yeah.
writing, and possibly even what we're reading, because right.
Yeah, because there was regarding this, there was a person actually. He he imagined that an elephant came into existence, and the elephant really came into existence. He had purified his mind very strongly. Then the elephant imagined something else, and that came into existence. And he imagined that he was the god of death, Rudra or something like that, and he was able to manifest that also. He had purified his mind so strongly. Then, like, what happened was that they went to the god of fate. Fate said that all of you will have to live so much and so much for so many years, because this person was had purified his mind to such an extent. All of you came into life, and you all have so many years to live. So none of you are going to die. This is the responsibilities that you're allotted to. So when the writer writes, there's a way of bringing it into reality. MD, because like a long time ago, one of the kings actually in India, his name was Babur. So like what happened was that he had a son. So what happened is that, like, he was somehow able to do this. They teach this in yoga, how to transmit your intention itself, your very essence, into another person's being, or how to take that person's illness into your body. They teach it in yoga. And he prayed very strongly, and his son's illness came on to him. He died, but his son Humayun lived for a very long time. So there is a way actually by which you can transmute your intention into reality. If your intention is very very strong, and if your mind is very pure, what you write actually can become true. It is not an impossible thing to do, but it depends upon how pure the person is. So
Okay.
you should be careful about what you say and what you write also.
Yeah, no, I without a doubt that I can see it really has it has an effect. It really does. It's so, I mean, even with the words uh having these different meanings, these anagrams, the English language, and English language is so young. It's less than a couple
Mm.
of hundred years old, less than 500 years. So when we look at other languages, like how you speak Hindu, and or Hindi, it's called, right?
Hindi.
Yeah, Hindi. And I've heard, like, in English they just have like and love. So it is not a big explanation. They say in Hindi, or I guess certain Indian dialects, that they have words that are like 18 different types of expression to say
Yeah.
love, like the love for a man to a woman, a love from a brother to a brother, a love from a brother to a sister, a love, like all these different ways, like in the Caribbean, if you're like my father's mother, instead of calling her my grandmother, she would be called, I would call her my Aji.
Aji
And
means yeah, correct, correct.
yeah,
Aji is a
but it
Kannada
means
word actually.
yeah.
Regarding that MD, even I would call my grandmother Aji actually.
But only your father's mother, your mother's mom, my mother's mother, I would call my nanny. So it
Oh,
would be nanny and nana. So when I say nanny, you automatically know that's my mother's mother. And if I say aji or aja, you would know that that means my father's mother and father's father.
over here for anyone who has for their mother's mother in my language they call them Ajji. For mother's father they call them Ajja. So it's a Kannada word, MD.
So now, what do they call? What do you call your father's mother?
Father's mother also Ajji, and father's father also Ajja. Like
Okay, so it's the same on both sides.
yeah, same. It's a Kannada word.
Is there a special word for your great grandparents? So
Uh,
yeah.
yeah,
So
for great
your
grandparents. Uh,
aji's mother, what would that
yeah,
be called? Your aji too?
no, Muttaja, Muttaji.
Okay, so mutaja, mutaji, and that
Yeah,
means okay, your great grandparents.
yeah.
Wow. See, that's the beautiful thing of having language that expands where you like in English you would have to say, oh, is that your father's mother or your mother's mother? If you just say grandmother. There are, I think, cultures in America where they do call the grandmother Nana. I don't think it's nanny, but they call it Nana. Like in there's so many different things. I know in Spanish it's like abuela or something like that for the grandmother, or abuela or something like that. I know Scribe would know it because he speaks Spanish a lot better, or Mr. X, he's fluent. But
Oh,
yeah, man.
regarding Nana and Nani, it's a Hindi word actually. In Hindi, they if anyone has a grandfather, they say Nana Nana, and for grandmother they say Nani. For father they say Pitaji, and for mother they say Mataji. Again, a lot of it has been derived from Sanskrit.
Mhm.
Uh,
But now,
like ma.
if they say nana and nanny for the
Uh,
grandfather and grandmother, then
uh.
why would they also say aji and aja?
This is India has some
Oh,
28 or
different
29
dialect.
languages.
Oh, okay. So you're
Yeah,
saying aji and aja is Canada,
yeah.
and now what is nanny and nana?
In Hindi, it's grandmother and grandfather.
No. I mean, that's not Canada, but that's Hindi.
Yeah, that's Hindi.
Okay, so there's a difference. Okay, and do you
Yeah,
speak Canada or no?
I speak Kannada, Hindi, and English.
Oh wow, that's really good. Wow, that's amazing, man. I mean, it's so good to have knowledge like that, man. It just some of my lineage goes back to that, so that's why I know some of that, a little bit here and there. But I don't have any relatives that I know of that still speak uh those languages, and then also I have English relatives. I have different not really much that I know of, but what I try to piece together to learn, to find out where I'm probably never will know where all of my ancestors come from, but it's good to know some of it at least. And the people we meet in life, like you and I met and Scribe and I met, I don't think any of that is a coincidence. There's a
No,
reason.
no,
Yeah.
it's not.
So
It's not.
yeah.
Everything is predetermined.
Yeah.
Because like it was through Insult TV, I got to know Amar Mithwali, and then when I saw Amar Mithwali interviewing you, then I got to know that you have a channel, and then I came to the channel. So you can't just say the whole thing is coincidental, MD. It's like one
Yeah.
chain of event led to another. So
Yes.
there are a chain of events that are preordained that eventually lead to the end result.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, absolutely, man. I thank you every time we have great conversations. As Varun, Scribe will stream tomorrow, I think, about the Bigfoot and the crypto animals, like probably talk about werewolves and vampires, but I think he's going to talk a lot about the Bigfoot. And I might hop on for a little bit, but Yeah, it's a little late over here. I appreciate speaking with you, man. It's always a great conversation, as Varun. And
Yeah.
I thank you for coming on, man. And yeah, I'm gonna get ready and rest. And you take care and have a great night, man.
Yeah, one last thing, MD. One
Sure.
last thing.
Yeah, yeah.
You actually had debated Myron Gaines a long time ago, right? I think I had seen that video, and he didn't. He was speechless. He couldn't defend his points when you were debating him, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think a clip from that is still on Smash TV.
Oh,
It's in the short section. And it wasn't really, it's just a clip of me. Maybe I think I'm telling him, like, oh, I forgot if I called him out on something he said, but he was very, this was before, I think I think it was before he was called Myron Gaines. I'm not sure, but he was still Unplug Fitness.
oh,
So that was, and then from Unplug Fitness, he kept the fit, because when he came on, Pandemic called him Butt Plug Fitness, and then everybody in the chat started calling him that, and then he eventually, within, I don't know, a month or two, met the other guy, and that was Fresh. And then instead of being called Unplug Fitness, he kept the part Fit, and that's how they got the name Fresh and Fit.
oh.
Yeah, so that's how. And this was like before he even started the Fresh and Fit podcast. When he came on the show, he was still very, very new, and he just walked into the wrong stream, I guess, and he was friends with the other guy that was not really too reputable, and yeah, that was back in 2020. I would say the summer of 2020, and it's been so long when I look at it, and it's like, wow, a lot of people, wow. Red Blur said the same. I found the channel through an interview with Armor and the Meeks Pill video. Wow. Armor, a lot of people met me through Armor, man. There was people, the guy Shiva, he would come on the stream. This is great, Red Blur. This is, and as Runa, that's great that I didn't know. I haven't heard from Armor in a bit. I think he's I don't think he does the YouTube anymore. I think he was trying to open like a little truck business where they sell food. And then I don't know what else he's into, but yeah, hopefully he's doing all right, man. Yeah, it just yeah, as time goes on, I just learn to love more and to say, hey, it's about learning and living and loving. That's life.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's all I can really try to improve, man, to be a better person than I was yesterday. So that's the main focus on everything in life, is to say, okay, to understand more and be more compassionate, and to try to figure out what this thing called existence is. There's a saying from a woman that wrote, the great task in life is to find reality. And that is that's a very deep journey, but one that I like it. I like learning about reality. Yeah. So yeah.
And life is too short, MD. Actually, like it's like nowadays human beings are just living till 60, 70 because of the way things are adulterated. The food is very bad. So it's like even be living till 80, 90 is like a boon, actually, MD, nowadays.
Well, I
So
wish that there's a way for me to relive this life, even if it's from, say, 10 years old or 5 years old, with knowing, to say, because if I don't know, then I'm probably just going to do the same mistakes. Who knows? I might, I'm not sure. But there is a time, like, I would like to relive. When I was 4 years old, they brought me to kindergarten to go there a year early. And I was in the class, and then eventually I left and I stayed home for another year until I was 5, because they would normally take children into kindergarten when they were 5. Now I could have stayed there, and some voice was telling me not to look over, because my mother was there and my grandmother, my nanny, her mother, and I remember she was wearing like a sari, I think, and a orni. I don't know if you guys use that word.
Yeah.
And I kind of I would like to go back to that and stay in the class. So I would have been a year ahead. And then I think in a few years later they wanted to skip me, and my father didn't let me get skipped. I think about that. I think about that point when I was 4, and would like to, maybe life, it would be different because I would have had different teachers and everything, and I could just be a more aware person. It was a beautiful time. When I look back at it, it's amazing at how in depth I can remember it. But I don't have any of my, I would have liked to save some of my school papers and stuff. I think I had them up until I was like about 10. I don't know what happened to them, because if you look back and you say, wow, I wrote this when I was 5 years old or 7 or 10. Yeah, the memories, but maybe we only get one chance and then we have to do a different type of life. I don't know, but it would be, I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't be able to have something like that, because infinity tells me that that must exist, plus everything else that I don't know exists. So infinity, understanding what infinity is saying that I can do anything, plus anything I can think of, plus things I cannot think of. So infinity is infinite. And
Yeah.
And I wonder about that, to say, you know, to appreciate people more, because my father's father was crushed in an accident. He was,
Oh.
when he was 11 or 12, his father was riding a bicycle, and he was riding up a hill, and a tractor trailer unhooked and rolled back down and crushed him. So he grew up, you know, that was horrible. And he grew up without his father from 12, and his younger brother, my uncle Harry, um, they you know, it was hard, and it let me, I didn't understand it as much. Like now I realize, like, wow, that's a hard thing to deal with. Um, and it just yeah, I would like to just know a little more. Just, you know, if it happens, great. That would be a wonderful thing, and it would be, it'd be amazing to experience. But I can only ask for, really, the universe, life is, existence is going to, life is going to do what life is going to do. So I'm just rowing my boat merrily down the stream.
Yeah.
Life is like a dream. But
Correct.
yeah, you have a good night. I'm gonna
Yeah.
take a rest, and we'll talk maybe tomorrow if you're free.
Okay, MD. Good
Okay,
night.
take care. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.